There's delete. Hello, everyone. Let's see. Sorry I'm running a bit late, but, well, I was having an argument with a lighting system. And it appears to have worked, but it's slightly sort of... I've had to reduce the number of white panels I was using up on that window, on that side. So I had to make sure this panel was angled absolutely rightly. And I think I've got it just about there. You know... Possibly. That's a bit better. But, you know, life's been interesting. So I hope you're all well, and I hope you can all hear me. Let's go quickly to the beginning and say hello to people in order. Hello, Jess P. Hello, Carl von Gasbeck. Let's get rid of that. Hello, Peter Dawson. Hello, Derp Squad. Hello, Nautical Wolf. Hello, Craig Starsky. Hello, Anuk. Hello, VGB40. Hello, John Shea. Hello, everyone, basically. Hello, Rick Vasava. Hello, Kahedron. Hello, Simon Thompson. I have to run an ice pack back to the ICBO for Mum, but we'll have you on earbuds when I leave the house. Well, Stafford, when you're back watching, Stafford, if you're listening to this, and I hope you are, tell me, because I have to say thank you because your parcels have arrived, and I'm going to show almost everything you've sent, but there is the big special thing I'm going to keep back, because I'm going to do something with that, which I think you will like, but I will send you before and after thank you pictures, and I will show it to everyone before and after. Right then, because finally, Dracmail did deliver. I love it. Drac is a wonderful, wonderful friend, and I've got a book which I know he's going to be nicking. He's already got eyes on the book. As you've probably guessed, he is my person who's coming helping in the building because he is such a good friend. But I have fairly sure this book, which I'm going to be talking about today, The Jutland Scandal, which is a reprint of a book published in the 1930s. Will be something he'll be nicking soon. And this book you're all going to enjoy, because if you want a good book on the Italian campaign, boy, have I found one. So, hello, Derp Squad. Hello, Spaceship Pixel. Hello! Hello, everyone. Also, other new things that arrived in my office this week. You can get this from Drac NFL. I know, I do need to start working on my merch game because I am lagging a long way behind of the Drac NFL, and everything by Drac NFL. But this is cool. I am going to work on my merch game. I am going to do some things because I am, for starters, I'm very, very, very keen on the idea of getting a branded hoodie. Mainly from the perspective of being able to use it to round up students when I'm on a field trip. I know, but I can go, look, I'll be the only one wearing this hoodie. You'll see today. Just follow the hoodie. It's easier than the normal trick of sticking a brolly up in the air and going, follow me, everyone! Right, hello, Jess P. Hello, Derp Squad. Hello, Peter Dawson. Hello. Ooh, hello. We're all having fun here. We're having a good chat going on. Hello, Trent Telenko. Hello. How's Tricks? Tricks are going well, thank you. You see, I got told off by one of my friends. I'm apparently not allowed to say that when I'm greeting her, because that's politically incorrect to say, but I still love it. My granddad used to say it all the time. How's Tricks? Doctor will appear in good time like the Rise of Catalina. Well, I was planning on being on here earlier and on time from 6 o'clock, mainly because I was going to do quite a long time, and I probably will do quite a long time. I'm thinking this one is going to be one of the ones that goes on past 10 o'clock, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's about 4 hours. But It's a good. It's going to be a good one. Trent Lango, would you believe I'm getting into an argument on Twitter about loading VLS&C? How hard is the concept of dead contractor and training base for VLS cranes from the sun? Copy in Rachel Pauling. Pauling? She's a naval architect at University College London, I think, or is it Imperial? She's absolutely amazing, and she will go through all the data of how they did that stuff, and she will back you up. She's absolutely amazing. I'm going to try and get her on bilge pumps at some point. Blackburn t-shirts. Yes, I think those will be coming. Jermac, how's the temperature in your office? Look at your shirt. Virtually is saying it's 4 degrees centigrade outside London. It probably is, but in my office it's a comfortable 14 degrees centigrade. Between 14 and 15. I have a very nice, which I will quite happily show you because it's arrived, new radiator, which has arrived this week. So, we have installed. It is a Princess radiator. It's both very, very much more environmentally efficient than the blow heater I was previously using. And it is also much more effective. Hence in a t-shirt. Although I must admit I'm also in thermal socks. But that's not because I'm cold, but because I honestly ran out of every other sock in my collection because the washing machine was playing up. So I am back to wearing my thermal socks, which I have a decent collection of because of lots of trips to Dartmoor, etc. in my life. So, you know, lots and lots of those. Hello, Matthew Meek. What about branded iron brew mugs? Oh, that's definitely going to be a thing. There's already branded mugs you can get from Patreon, and if you contribute over a certain amount, they come to you. But it's the trouble is the price points for that on Patreon are ridiculous. Well, I'm not going to say ridiculous, but they are complicated to work out and put together. So I've tried to put everything together, but I am going to do the mugs. That is definitely mugs and hoodies and t-shirts I can sort of work out. I think commissioning artwork, well, that is something I would certainly like to get into, but I think that's when you have a bit more money behind you and have been doing it for a bit longer and have worked it out a bit more. But there are certain ships I would love to have decent artwork done of. Jess P, can we send parcels? We can send parcels, yes. Stafford sends them to the lovely Draculabel, who then delivers me. Stafford, there is one thing I do have to admit. One of your lovely boxes of After Eight mints which you sent to me has been, how do I put this, taxed by my mum, who basically said that was very, very nice. Thank you. She her favourite of my listeners run between, I have to admit, Paul and Stafford. Paul has sent some very, very nice soundproofing, which I am going to be installing probably on my roof to sort out the sound. Now it's out, and now once I've got enough sticky-sided double-sided sticky tape. Yeah. Stafford, I think, has sort of edged it because he sent, as far as she's concerned, he sent her After Eight mints. That's why he included 2 boxes, because he knew she would enjoy them. Hello, Lewis Wells. Hello. There are quite a few breach shipwrecks near where I live. I think I'm going to visit them next weekend. Cool. That's always good. That is good-looking canvas. I like that. Yeah, that's the other trouble with getting into the idea of doing canvases and paintings, because Drac does get absolutely brilliant ones. And I sit there and go, yeah, I can't really compete with that. Hello, Carl Harmon. When will there be a pop history one of these? Probably. At some point there will be. I wouldn't be surprised. What is the best Warspite model to get? Rick Vassar, thanks, Rick. If you're going to build it yourself, the Airfix one is actually pretty darn cool. you can do a lot with the Airfix one. If you're not going to build it yourself, there's a wooden one which you can get in the Portsmouth Historic Dockyard shop, which I forget who the maker of is, which is pretty darn cool as well. And finally, there is a Lego one, if you want, that you can buy from the Tank Museum. And don't ask me why the Tank Museum stocks. Well, actually, no. To be honest, the Imperial War Museum stocks it as well, but they just charge about 3 times as much as the Tank Museum does. So I always tell people to go to the Tank Museum. Don't worry, the Cult of the Catalina will get equal representation in t-shirts. I never did receive anything from Patreon. Oh well. That's strange. It's supposed to be sent at the third month of payment mark. And they are supposed to deliver that. Yes, Jess, they haven't got a address for you for some reason. You've earned it, and they've shipped it. There's 3 people who've qualified for them and have had it shipped. Daniel, Paul, and Brad. But Jess, for some reason, they haven't got an address for you. So I apologize about that. But you will get it. They just don't have an address for you, Mount. Carmen, no jingles on the last build front. I'm disappointed. And Doctor, what's Dartmoor like? Dartmoor is lovely. Dartmoor is cold certain times of year. There are 3 places on this earth which can experience 4 seasons in 4 minutes that I know personally can receive it. The Falkland Islands, my dad was there and he said he experienced it. The Dartmoor, which I can testify can experience 4 seasons in 4 minutes. And the Peak District, which can also experience 4 seasons in 4 minutes. There seems to be something about mountains close to the sea which can really go through the seasoning. Carmen, no jingles on last build trumps. I'm disappointed. And Doctor, what's Dartmoor like? Well, I know there's no jingles on last build trumps, and there's no jingles on this week's build trumps, which I have got to upload, which I'm going to upload this evening. I'm supposed to upload them earlier on the evening to help with the volunteers of the lovely SimSec sorted out and put up their various things and do their things. But honestly, I've just been too busy dealing with things like heater arriving and getting book chapters all signed off and all. Everyone's still happy with it. It's all on schedule, but there just seems to be a lot which comes in at this point with not much time to go. Jeff here. Afternoon all. Hello, Jeff. Congrats on the offers. Thank you, Blue Shirt Butter. It is nice, and it's getting there. And it's going to sound strange, because I haven't got these things to get built. That's slightly off. But I've got all the wood cut for it now, so all the wood's cut. I just need to start putting it in. So, for example, this is the sections for up there. It looks slightly off like that. but it's got to be to fit where it needs to be because there's a slight angle going on, slightly like that, and there you go. And that is the system which the builders managed to muck up. It's very, very complicated, as you can all tell. I know. Curiosity. Ooh, after 8. Yes, they are good. Yeah, Callum, I would love to send something, but last food I don't know about. And as for books, nothing you don't have. Well, that's the point. That is often the point with books. This is why my family, and I love them dearly, there is a reason why there are certain books which are duplications in my set, but that's actually quite good. Here's the dirty little secret. Good lecturers like to have duplicate books in their collection. There is a reason for this. Okay, having 5 or 6 is absurd and we don't want that. But 2 or 3 copies is pretty useful. We have 1 copy we keep for ourselves. For example, I have 2 copies of HMS Birmingham's plans. So, you know, the yellow books you get, which are the nice ones which are published. 1 was given to me by my lovely girlfriend. I keep that book. That's mine. However, the other copy, which I bought myself, or did I get it sent to review for free? I can't remember. One or the other. I tend to use to loan out to students. Why? Because they need it and the libraries don't stock it. And I don't care as much about that book as I do the version which my lovely girlfriend gave me. So the one my lovely girlfriend gave me is protected. Ooh. Thank you. Did you get your Fanta out? No. Did your Fanta's in there? Oh, put it in. Okay. I don't know. So, sorry, I was hungry, so I ordered food. And, well, you know, I love my family, but deliverance of food is not really on the high criteria, nice. That one goes there. I don't know. So, hello, Jack Hunter. Ooh. Now, before anyone else, normally I would put these into a big bowl, and then I'd have them sort of as free from the cardboard, because that's what you're supposed to do hygienically, and that's what I tend to do for my family. But tonight they were picking them up from the door, and so, no. Oh well. Hi. Hello, Jeff. Sunday Times reported the UK is likely only to purchase 48 F-35B jets. Well, it likely is only going to purchase 48 in the next 3 or 4 years before next Parliament. The aircraft are purchased in batches. It's like that big furor a couple of years ago when they went, oh, they're only going to purchase 3 Type 26s. No, that's just the first batch has been purchased. They pay for the batch 5. After batch 3, well, at least one of them's in the water. Mm-hmm. Trent Cunningham, I want a Dr. Clark's channel Swordfish at Toronto t-shirt. That's good. Actually, the most requested one I don't know is about... It's I want an HMS Renown shouting, you sunk my destroyer. Jeff Beeler, what about the Reformed Church of the Blackburn Buccaneer whose prophet is Michael Clapp? I am going to have to tell Michael about that church. And B, I'll have to get him to. Have to get him involved in that one. Snowdonia, Brecon, Dartmoor, Presley, and Falklands. So I can testify to all but Dartmoor. Cool. Dean Dawson. Peak District close to the sea? So do you like Dark Peak or White Peak? I honestly don't mind. I like both. Carmen, final question. In what the latest I can pre-order your book? I will order this week or next week when I'm paid by Universal. You're fine. It's not coming out till the end of the month, so you've got at least 2-3 more weeks. Oh, sure enough. Don't score. I remember a couple of years ago, the Daily Sport did a story about the RM buying 5-inch gun for millions. Jordan toothbrush and so much money. Many laughs we had. Yes. You have this a lot with defense procurement. And honestly, my thinking the whole way through is we'll be getting 96. I know there are some people going, oh, we're going to get 130, 140. No. Probably 2 wings worth, which is 96. Cahedron, what about we missed the Grass Bay? We aren't missing you over a couple of tribals. Oh, yeah. Because, of course, it was the same tribals which tried to hunt the Grass Bay. Then it turned around and decided to go back to the Atlantic that were actually involved in the Bismarck hunt. It's fun times. Rapid Razorback, I find today's topic strange. Well, yes and no. But let's get to today's topic. I did get distracted slightly by the food. It happens. And we'll go 23. Caporetto. Oretto. And the Isonzo. Isonzo campaign by John Macdonald and Zeljko. Sorry, just checking I'm spelling this correctly because I'm presuming right. So, first of today's books. Caporetto and the Isonzo campaign, the Italian front 1915 to 1918, and this both serves a good thing for today's topic and for today's, and as a cool new book, answer to a question I was given last week. Last week I was asked if I had any books on the Italian campaign, if I knew anything which would be worthwhile reading. And I went, because I honestly didn't. Because the Italian campaign haven't really been of high interest to me. I haven't needed to study them. I haven't needed to work them. So actually, this is what you would call a source book. When you're first looking at something, when you're writing, the first thing you do, I tend to do, is find a book which is relevant and has good quality sources. A book which will give you an overview of the topic. A book which will allow you to study it and to see which areas are available to find more information. And this is it. Now, what do I say makes this a good starting off book? Well, For starters, it has a good index. That's actually critical when you're doing this sort of work, when you're starting off. You want to be able to rapidly find the information you seek when you go back for it. But more importantly, it has a good list of sources. It has a good bibliography. And when I say good bibliography, I mean its books, its things are up to date. There are a lot which are 2003, 2004. There are a few which stick out as being earlier, but there's a lot of good information there, which allows you to work back and find the primary sources. Finally, there's a structure. Okay? The chapters go as follows. Background to the campaign, the appalling terrain, opposing objectives, the belligerents, the commanders, the campaign and overview, the first jump, the first battle of Isonzo, second battle, third battle, fourth battle, fifth battle, sixth battle, seventh battle, eighth battle, ninth battle, the long winter, 1916 to 17, 10th battle, the 11th battle, Caporetto, the 12th battle, aftermath, the recovery from Caporetto, destruction of the Habsburg army and the battlefield today. There is also details about place names, what they're called by the different people, what they were then, maps, a preface, full stuff about museums. It's an absolutely excellent thing. If you are interested in doing something about the Italian Navy, this is really, the Italian Army in World War I, this is very good. Why am I distracted? Did I say Navy? There's because I saw something going on here in the chat. That's good. The issue was the journalist thought that 5-inch was the length of the gun, not the caliber. It happens. Come on, guys, maybe additional flat-top F-35s, flat-top amphibs? If we get some flat-top amphibs, which I'm hoping we are, then maybe we'll get more. Or maybe we buy a new UAV, which hasn't been developed yet, or is being developed as we speak. Right, I don't think the RN is getting enough carrier Vistol F-35s. Yeah. You're never probably going to have an air group of more than 36. Okay, 32 to 36. You get what you get. In Italian, the emphasis on the penultimate syllable, effect Isonzo, a Caporetto. Right, now this makes more sense. Not to mention pointless battles. 12. The 12 hills. Pretty much, yes. And it's a very, very cool book. Let's go. I'm now in the 11th battle because I found this more interesting than I found the other ones. The battle begins. Throughout July, the Austro-Hungarians were aware that the Italians were preparing for another offensive. Towards the end of July and into August, increasing numbers of Italian deserters, desperate to escape the oncoming carnage, brought detailed intelligence of the Italian dispositions. During the same period, the bomber squadrons of the Italian Air Force became more active and aggressive in attacking rear areas, particularly on the Beninsina front. One spectacular raid on the 11th of August destroyed the main ammunition dump for the plateau front at Grappa. This would weaken the Austrian artillery support to their embattled army in the coming weeks. Well before sunrise on 18th of August, the opening barrage began along the whole front. All through that day, the Italian heavy guns, howitzers and mortars ravaged the Austro-Hungarian fortifications. The intensity of fire exceeded even that of the 10th battle, and this time was even more destructive of fortifications because of their higher proportion of heavy artillery. The power of the artillery bombardment was most effective on the front selected by Caviglia. His meticulous preparation had added an accuracy to the intensity of the barrage, and every Austrian position opposite his line was destroyed or severely damaged. As the day-long barrage drew to a close, the Italians began their assault along the whole front from Tomlin Bridgehead to the Adriatic coast. Cavalinia's two divisions began their crossing of the misty and smoke-enshrouded Isonzo. As they crossed the river, the 60th Division immediately faced withering fire from the defenders, and they continued to face fierce resistance that evening and through the night. The 47th Division, facing the dazed and demoralized Czech 21st Rifle Division, got quickly across the Isonzo. and charged up the steep banks. But by dawn of the 19th, they had secured the Isonzo, and by midday, Cavalieri's engineers had constructed 4 pontoon bridges across the river, and the Bersaglieri were pouring into the gap of the Austro-Hungarian lines. Everywhere else, the dogged Austro-Hungarian resistance was succeeding, though both sides were taking heavy casualties. Again and again, the weary Italian infantry attempted to take Mount Santanto on the southern edge of the Bazinzia, but the summit was held. The same was true of the assault to capture the Tomlin bridgehead, and in the south to advance on the Carso. The whole front was bogged down in a terrible war of attrition that was costing the lives of young men of many nations for so little return. Meanwhile, General Haas had lost contact with his 21st Rifles and had no idea of their fate. The accurate Italian shelling had destroyed all his telephone lines. He sent the 28th Rifles forward, and though they fought bravely, they could not hold the Italians. On the morning of the 20th August, the remaining men of the 21st Rifles were surrounded and their resistance destroyed. General Cavalieri's initiative had torn a gap in the front to the north and east of the plateau. The Austro-Hungarians were in disarray, and their army was in a headlong retreat. For the Italians, the way was open for a breakthrough and a great victory. But Capello hesitated, reluctant to throw his army forward on a narrow front, whilst on his flanks the Austro-Hungarians were successfully holding positions against every Italian attack. Cadorna agreed with him, and neither general seemed able to comprehend the fact that the enemy on the flanks were in static fortifications, and thus in no position to intervene in a fluid battle behind them. For 2 days, Capello and Cadorna differed, and the opportunity was lost. On either side of General Cavalieri's breakthrough, the Second Army. And there are some great pictures in this book. There are really, really great pictures in this book. Met fierce resistance and made little progress. Downstream, the attack on the southern Bazinzia was stalled with heavy losses. General Badilio's 11th Corps launched repeated assaults at Mount Santo without taking the summit, and further south, 6th Corps failed to make any progress on Mount San Gabriele. Upstream, the Italians fared little better. The 22nd Division had crossed the Isonzo and secured the eastern bank. This successful attack had been led by the 1st Assault Battalion, the new Odyssey, but the troops of the 22nd Division found the Hungarian militia battalions fearsome foes, and the attack ground to a halt with heavy losses. More serious was the failure to eliminate the small Austro-Hungarian bridgehead over the Isonzo west of Tomlin, which was a major objective in Cadorna's plan. Capello entrusted the attack to the newly formed 17th Corps, which had only 27th Corps, which had only come into the line in July, but was well equipped and vastly superior to its opponents in numbers of men, artillery, and munitions. However, it was ill prepared for the assault and poorly led by another indecisive Italian commander, Lieutenant General Vanzo. Once again, heavy machine gun fire and well-directed artillery repelled every Italian attack. The bridgehead was held. It would later play a crucial part in the 12th battle. On the Carso, the Duke of Aosta's Third Army was engaged in ferocious combat along the whole line. On the southern flank, Mount Hamada dominated the coastal roads and trail routes to Trieste. A massive barrage of heavy artillery supported by naval bombardment from the Adriatic and also supported by highly efficient British artillery batteries rained down on the bare rocky slopes and the Austro-Hungarian defenders. Again and again, the Italian attacks across the exposed mountainside met fierce resistance from the machine guns and rifle fire. Every so often, a position would fall, but swift counterattacks usually restored the line. The assault continued, but the summit was never taken. The Austro-Hungarian casualties from the intense barrage and the fighting were enormous, but as usual, the Italian losses were even greater. On the northern flank of the Carso, the position was similar. The Austro-Hungarians held the line, albeit with heavy losses. Yet there was another factor about the combat on the flanks that may have influenced Aosta's decisions in the centre of the Carso. The Austro-Hungarians had captured nearly 6,000 Italian prisoners of war. That was an almost unbelievable number for an attacking force and was another indication of the collapse of morale of the ordinary Italian soldier. The position in the centre of the Carso front was very different and was to present Aosta with his own opportunity for a decisive victory. Though not as indecisive as Cadorna, his own hesitation at the critical moment in this battle would throw away another chance to win the war. This is a good book. Let's see. Peter doesn't. Don't we need some for land-based training? We do, which is why I reckon about 96. Because if you've got 36 on each carrier. That's 72 if you have both carriers deployed, which is going to be rare in full carrier strike form. And that still leaves you 24 for land-based. So this is, and you know, basically, there is also the other option. It goes down to 3 air groups of 32 with a land-based wing of 32, a naval wing of 32, and a support, supply, and repair for 32. In the Italian, the emphasis on the penultimate syllable affix. Also, no, thank you. Sure. Bad chat. Stop distracting Clark. It's good to be distracted occasionally. I've been having a very, very boring day of editing and checking spellings again and again and again. Opinion on Tempest. It's probably a good idea. We'll see what comes with it. It's a nascent program. It's 6th generation. We've barely got the 5th generation into service. It happens. About the F-35s, you need to both equip, train, and maintain a functional force. Yes. That's what I think it's more likely to have an air group of 24 F-35s and a number of helicopters for ASW. I think you'll probably end up with 32 F-35s. And there is a reason for my thinking about that. Because if you look at it, if you can maintain 32 F-35s quite easily and 24 Merlins to have an air group of roughly 56 in most times, and then have a surge capacity, if you want, of 16 aircraft, which you can still fit on. Cunningham. Yes, one of my grandfathers was at Isonzo. I only know that he was in this artillery. His best friend was killed next to him, and he called his bayonet my weapon. Cunningham never spoke more, and it was frightening enough. He died in 1986, merely 4 years before the Soviets were finally sent home. It's a shame. Hello to your mum, Stafford, and hello to you. Now, so if you're interested in the Italian campaign, I don't normally recommend land battles, books about land warfare, because I don't know them as well as you, but this one I've really enjoyed reading. It's been really good. Let's see. Quickly for Stafford. Thank you. Thank you for the chocolates and for the special thing, Stafford. That will be, as said, done up and shown to everyone when it's done up nicely. However, thank you very much for these. They're little railway arches. And I'm going to figure out what I'm going to do with my railway, for my railway. But I have a feeling I might try and use them for the main bridge. Which might sound strange, but I'm planning a big bridge. So I'm going to try and work them into that. I think I can do. It fits with the idea of what I already had for the big bridge, which is rather nice. Anyway. They probably make it 2 squadrons of 16. And it would be, each squadron will be made up of 4 flights of 4. Greetings, Animal. So, next book. There's got a ton on some bookstores. tempting, but it's actually there's going to be a. As I said, the railway's going to be in this area. What's your favorite type of locomotive? Well, I kind of like the big Pacifics, but I have a very big soft spot for the Hall class, GWR Hall class. Don't know, main bridge. I was wearing it on the right size. And actually, that's the thing. Because they are the right size for HO, but they're big for N gauge. But actually, that makes them the right size for a big bridge on N gauge because they're the right size for HO. If that makes sense. If that makes sense. They're going to be cool. So, next book. This one. The Jutland Scandal. And you're going to enjoy it. Now, why is this book important? Well, why is this book good? Because of who its authors are. When on the Italian front, more and more 30.5 and 38 centimeters, that's 12 and 15-inch howitzers arrived. Yeah, the infantry manufacturers, maces, and focos, long-shafted light battle axes, and the idea of something horrible. Yeah, the Italian front is. Italian front thinks Stalingrad without niceties. So Jutland Scandal. By Vice Admiral John Harper and Admiral Reginald Bacon. Now, Bacon is a pretty decent historian and is already annoyed. As everyone heard in my discussion and mention of his book about the Dover Patrol, he's annoyed. And he goes and does a lot of research. And he finds that Vice Admiral John Harper, by this point, had written the first report on Jutland, the accurate one, the one which pointed out all of BT's failings. And they'd hushed it up. So, Harper writes a little book. It gets barely any attention. So what Bacon does is he combines with Harper, says, let's put our books together, and let's publish a best-selling book. And again, there are efforts made to stop its being a publication, efforts made to limit its circulation. But we're lucky. Because Skyhorse Publishing decided to publish it again in 2016. And so you have what is, in effect, two books combined. Part 1, The Truth About Jutland, by Rear Admiral J.E.T. Harper. And Part 2, The Jutland Scandal, by Admiral Sir Reginald Bacon. And if you want to know everything about the Battle of Jutland, this is not a bad place to start. So I'm going to take some questions before I start reading anything from it, because really I'm going to have to read from 2 bits in it. Paul Johnson, my first loco in engage was Burton Angus Hall, along with an 060 Pannier tank engine. I have those. They're lovely. BT needed many things done to him. I think if you were going to promote BT, you'd have to promote him, I don't know, to something very, very senior, but far away from the front. First Lord of the Admiralty? I'm not talking about the Sea Lord, I'm talking about the political appointee. This one, Steve, just focuses on Jutland. So let's go with... And it's got plans in like you wouldn't believe. Drawings from the time. Full disclosure stuff. Lion, the line of the screen. BT's fatal error. BT now made a decision which was to cost us dearly a few hours later. At 10 a.m. on May the 31st, the 5th Battle Squadron was ordered to take station on a compass bearing northwest and distant 5 miles from his flagship, the Lion. It is incomprehensible why such a position was selected for this powerful force. In Zeljko's battle plans, this squadron was given the functions of a free-wing squadron, which, not forming part of the main line of battle, could be used as an opportune moment in an action for bringing a concentration to bear on part of the enemy fleet, or otherwise by independent attack to modify the rigidity of the old single line ahead formation. It may be that BT also desired to give this squadron a freedom of action instead of keeping them rigidly in the same line as the battle cruisers. It was, however, most improbable that the enemy, if met with at all, would be sighted from the northwest or the westward. The most probable direction for the first sighting at him was obviously easterly or southerly. That this was BT's own opinion at a time can be seen by a glance at the diagram number 2, which shows the disposition of his advanced cruiser screen. The diagram indicates approximately the arc guarded by the screen, and therefore the arc in which he anticipated that the enemy would most probably be first seen. In the event of any enemy being sighted to the northeastward or eastward, it would be BT's endeavour to cut them off from their base to the southeastward. This he actually did when they were sighted, his action being fully approved by Zeljko. The position was therefore that BT expected and had prepared his outposts for meeting the enemy to the southeastward. Yet he had stationed the heaviest and slowest ships of his force 5 miles to the northwestward, where they would almost certainly be delayed coming into actions. In other words, he had made the fatal and elementary mistake of dividing his forces so that he could only engage with part of them. This will be seen later produce results which can only be termed disastrous. I love the way this man plays it down so much, and you never think he was a vice admiral in the Royal Navy going, yes, this guy's a freaking idiot. John, is Jutland scandal keeping its value even with today's state of historical research about battle, or did they get anything on the German side, or keep it strictly British? They actually did look a lot into the German side. They went and interviewed German officers. Remember, both Harper and Bacon were sent to interview German officers after the battle, after World War II, World War One was over. So, yeah. It is a good run. It is, well, actually, this has a section on High Seas Fleet, so I'll read down now. High Seas Fleet. High Seas Fleet left the J between 2 a.m. and 2:30 a.m., 31st of May. The battle fleet being preceded by the cruisers and battle cruisers. The battle cruisers drew rapidly ahead for the purpose of reaching the vicinity of the Norwegian coast before dark. It had been arranged that the battle fleet would be joined them the next morning. By 2:30 p.m., the German battle fleet had passed Horn's Reef, the battle cruisers being then some 50 miles ahead. An hour or two before this, 5 reconnaissance airships had been sent out, but they saw nothing of our fleet and rendered no assistance to Scheer. German Admiral had at this time no suspicion that the ground fleet was at sea, steaming to meet him. Zeljko's dispositions were, however, well calculated to bring the German fleet to action with the whole Grand Fleet. There are also appendices. This is one of those books which you really, really do want to get if you are interested in Jutland. So, what I love is, on Bacon's book, there is the author's note to the first edition, which he writes in 1925, and then there is the author's note to the 5th edition, which is published in 1933. And he adds this in. The several volumes of the World Crisis have spread widely over the globe, and while the better informed officers of the navies of the larger countries have studied the accounts of Battle of Jutland, as chronicled in Volume 3, must have been filled with wonderment, not devoid of amusement. Yet the majority of lay readers must have imbibed totally erroneous ideas regarding that engagement. In addition, therefore, to correcting the errors into which Mr. Filson Young had fallen, it is also imperative in the present edition to expose the flights of critical imagination of which Mr. Churchill has been guilty. Oh, BT couldn't have mucked up the Battle of the Falklands. No one could really muck up the Battle of the Falklands. Don't take this the wrong way. The Battle of the Falklands was decided by von Spee deciding to attack the Falklands. If he'd gone past them, that would have been a problem. That would have been the interesting one. What would he have done? How would he have got home? If he managed to get to a safe port, get coal in Africa, or South America, he might have made it home. Probably wouldn't have. There would have been the battle cruisers would have been hunting him down. Well, the moment von Spee gets in the range of Canopus's guns, they're in problems. Because that means there's no way they can outrun the battle cruisers. There just isn't. Mm. Hmm. Zeljko, I'm not at McDonald's for ages. I'm envying your chicken nuggets. We all envy my chicken nuggets. They are lovely. And not just chicken nuggets, mozzarella sticks. Could they made it to Azores off German West Africa? If they'd had enough coal, which they didn't really. They needed to stop in South America first, probably. The first essential. Chapter 1. Of all our public services, the Royal Navy is probably the one that, for the last 100 years, has been the most honoured by the confidence reposed in it by the people of this country. At the same time, it has been, throughout that period, the least understood. Banished from view to the sea, where its life was spent in constant manoeuvres and training, our fleet was only conspicuous on the special occasions of official parades and functions, when the work of a fighting service is paralysed and the essential life of a navy is hidden under a cloak of artificiality. Modern ships are marvels of engineering, skill and development. Guns, armour, engines, electrical appliances, torpedoes, all tend to challenge the accurate knowledge even of those who daily live in contact with them. To the average person ashore, they remain abstract terms. In the old days, it was much the same. Mast, sails, and rigging, and the art of sailing a ship in all weathers and tides, navigation, the handling of a fleet, was sealed. Chapters from the man ashore. The progress from the ship of the early years of the 19th century to the Hood or Nelson of the present day was a matter of slow evolution and detail, and of patient following in the footsteps of the growth of science and invention ashore. Even men afloat often failed to grasp the full bearing that the slow progress had on strategy and tactics at sea. Can it be wondered that the British public remained ignorant also? The deeds of our ships and fleets in old wars was duly chronicled by historians. Thank you, we do like this. Largely with an eye to public consumption, victories being emphasised and defeats and failures minimised. No, you learn much more from losing. Between the era of the Old Wars and that of the Great War, no active naval operations of any magnitude were undertaken. Almost unbroken peace reigned at sea. There was nothing to chronicle that would appeal to the imagination of the public. Its instruction in modern naval warfare, its battles and its methods, was denied to the country, and the nation as a whole culled its ideas of sea warfare from the deeds of a navy of ancient and obsolete construction, from methods of fighting which have long passed away. When therefore the late war burst on the nation with meteoric suddenness, the minds of the people were imbued with the old idea of naval warfare, which created vast expectations of spectacular achievements and victories similar to those of Trafalgar and the Nile, but nothing happened. The end of 1914 passed, 1915 came, and left behind nothing so much to remember at sea except some cruiser actions. The facts that the whole of the German overseas navy had been destroyed or interned, and that through sea power nearly all the German colonies had been conquered, escaped the close attention of the nation, whose eyes were longingly fixed on the glories of a fleet action. People asked, what is wrong? Where is our Nelson? The public only remained partly satisfied that the cause of the apparent inaction was due to the disinclination of the German fleet to put to sea. Discontentedly and grumblingly asked, why was it not forced from their harbours? And looked each day to find the German ships had been forced to come out and had been given battle to our fleet. Then they confidently believed our day would at last have come, Trafalgar would be repeated, and ship after ship of the German navy would be sent to the bottom. Such were the uneducated hopes of the British nation. Hello, LMS Studios. A very, very good book. A very good book. Medley 60 or 40. Mozzarella 6 are greater than chicken nuggets. Only as long as they come with barbecue sauce. Zeljko, did you just had to rub it in there? Well, you know, there are advantages to being on this side of the camera. Amzatsky, would Fonte's squadron be of any use to Hohenfeld once they returned? Not really, but the crews would be in great use, and Vice Admiral von Spee, the senior Vice Admiral of the Kaiserlich Marine, returning. Yeah, that would have been useful. Probably the best commander they had would have been useful. He would have probably been promoted Admiral on his return, because he successfully thwarted the British blockade and got home. So you might well have found Scheer gets replaced by von Spee. Now tell me that is something we want to hear. The cleverest and smartest of the German admirals gets home and gets put in charge of their fleet. Now, whilst I have no doubt that Beatty would have been his match, I have a feeling we might have lost the battle cruiser force during it. So, how Dr. Clark has read as much as he read and written as much as he's written and doesn't have OCD when it comes to plagiarism is beyond me. Mostly it's a fact of life. I'm fairly sure I'm plagiarized, and I'm fairly sure it happens often. But The Animal, with all the emphasis placed on battleships all the way through World War II, there are so few battles they were involved in. Yep. But when they turn up, it's definitely a battle, because you have a battleship. Trent Kalenko, you don't get ranch in the UK, you just get barbecue. Animal, by the way, I'm having some chicken nuggets barbecue sauce. Very good for you. Man640, barbecue sauce for mozzarella sticks. Yes, try it. You won't be disappointed. It sounds wrong, but it tastes so good. Sure, and the cadre of experienced crews could help the rest of the Navy become more experienced. Yes, I really would have. Chamberlain, anyone read this? If so, The Battle of Jutland by John Brooks, May 9th, 2016. Not ready yet. It's just a matter of we very much would not have liked to hear that such a replacement happened, and they really would have wanted to hear it happened. Oh. If you consider what von Spee did, von Spee was ruthless and efficient. And you can say he made a miscalculation in Falklands, but also he was very intelligent in Falklands. In that he thought he was down there before the big ships from the Britain had arrived. And if he could take out the coal station on the Falklands before the big ships from the British arrived, there was a chance they would get there, be run low on coal, and couldn't follow him. So that's why I think he gambles on the Falklands. It's a gamble, but if it pays off, he sticks a whole load of British ships down in the Falklands, unable to follow him. And that could just get him home. So that's why he gambles. Sure, man. I work at McDonald's and I cringe every time someone orders ranch for the nuggets. That's good. The battleships are involved in quite a few battles, but mainly as carrier escorts. Being another hull throwing flak in the sky isn't reported as much as Lady Gulf. No. There's 3 messages, not just the 2 you read. You missed one above. Ooh, which one did I miss? Yeah. Okay, Bobby saw some hot sticks. Then there's absolutely we want to hear he's replaced him. And it's just a matter of we very much would not have liked to hear that such a replacement happened, and they really wouldn't have wanted it to hear it happen. Yeah, it's pretty much. It's a case of if Von Spey gets home, he's an admiral. Shear, the artillery processor, probably gets promoted to the ministry. At which point, with him arguing constantly for more guns and more ships, you might actually get some more battleships built for the Germans by the end of World War I. Von Spey understands the Russians far more than anyone else does. He might well push to deal with them quicker. And then there's the what is he going to do next thing. And yeah, well, I think it'd be different enough, it'd be problematic for the British. Chicken nuggets are a good are a good thing to get if you're going to be eating while talking. Because they're about a mouthful. Jabila, should Spey have taken his whole squadron into port? Look, that's often the idea. It's sort of they should have carried on charging, and they should have been the whole force. You have to consider what Spey's dealing with. Spey has limitations. His big ships have so much coal, but his little ships don't have that much coal. And if you consider, I don't think he was doing a reckless gamble because he had both his sons with him, so I don't think he would be recklessly gambling his sons' lives. As Sturtsquad puts it, Von Spey didn't really have an option. If he doesn't attack the Falklands, he can't stop anywhere on the way back home because he'll be harried the whole way by the Falklands ships. Yeah. It's called the Falklands Conundrum. I've read that. If I have halos on my escorts, why do I need them on my carriers? And why not just steal Izumo and create the space to strike over? If you can do that, that's great. If you can't, you can't. And because it tends to be more efficient operating more together on a carrier. If Von Spey gets home, the Admiral he'll have got past will have been Beatty, because that would be who'd be sent out to get him. So it might actually get rid of Beatty as well in one fell swoop. In which case you would probably end up with either Sturdy. Well, no, he'd have got past Sturdy as well. So Hood probably would have been made battle cruiser force commander, and Hood had been first commander of the Dover Patrol. Atchman, you'll make a smaller shelf or smaller books? I'm considering more space at shelf space, yes. Right. Now let's get this off. Writing books. Books for writing. There you go. So, every type of book has a purpose when you're writing. They always do. Now, let's answer some questions before I get in. Animal. Question. During World War II, I've read that CVs had high operational losses in plane due to their slow speed and operating conditions. Specific ocean. How high were the losses? Well, CVs, the losses were a little bit higher, but it depends on the individual ship. It depends on where it's operating. Their losses for the British were actually highest in the Mediterranean, where they were operating in areas where they couldn't get up to that they didn't have the distance to be able to get up to speed, and they were supporting land operations. Again, it depends on the weather you're dealing with and the geography of the area. And the Falklands are the only RM base short of Freetown and Cape Town. Pretty much. Operator, given the new office is not a TARDIS, what's your plan to deal with an ever-expanding library versus finite book space? Well, my sister's office faces the house. My office faces the end of the garden. So my theory is I can just slowly keep extending the building that way without anyone noticing too much. John Mack, ultimately the failing was pre-war German naval policy on not having the resources to stand on their ground, or a practical plan of retreat if they were going to leave. Well, The whole point is they were never going to have the resources to be able to stand their ground, and there was never going to be a practical plan for retreat if they were going to leave. There just wasn't. The whole thing was the Kaiser's dream. He wanted an empire. Let's go. Falklands Conundrum. There is only one choice. Attack the Falklands and hope the iron hasn't gone there by the time you have. Not so much a gamble as the only viable option. Pretty much. No, Carl, I haven't read Platoon by Medal of Honor. We're a recipient Clinton or Masha. Jeff Bieler, what was Swedish supply ships trying to accomplish during the battle, given they were sunk closer to shore than the cruisers? Trying to get away from the battle. How many layers of bibliography do you have to drill through before you say enough? When you have enough, you feel comfortable going off on your own. And sometimes that's simply, I'm going straight to the archives. So, this is the Battle Class Destroyers by Patrick Boniface. Now, why am I showing you this thing? For starters, surely this is one of my competitors. Not really. It's a very different book than what I'm producing. This is what I would call a class guide. And if you're going to be looking at a class of ships, you almost always need to buy one. If there isn't one in existence, you're probably going to need to write it yourself and before you can start your own work. Now, what does it have in it? Well, they normally have things like this. Doesn't look like much. In fact, if you look at it, it looks like a lot of white space, doesn't it? Well, that's because this is a day-to-day guide. So, spring 1954, operated out of Malta. On the 10th of the 5th, 1954, was in Gibraltar. On the 13th of the 5th, 1954, was in St. Austell Bay. On the 14th of the 5th, 1954, Devonport to decommission. 24th of the 5th in 1954, Commander E.L. Locke took over command. 26th of the 5th, 1954, sailed to Portland. 30th of the 5th, 1954, sailed to Gibraltar, where she arrived 3 days later. 7th of the 6th, 54, was at Malta. 2nd of the 7th, 54, was in Tripoli with St. Kitts for a 3-day visit. And now, why is this useful? Okay, if I'm a historian, why am I not going straight to the back and going to the archives? Why do I want this kind of information? This is a ready use guide to where this ship is. If I want to study a class, if I want to tell you what's important, I need to work out first where they are and what they were doing. And as I've been talking about presence and all those things, not everything leaves a record. Not everything is an operational name. Sometimes it's just a visit. In which case, a guide like this lets me work out where they're visiting. And then if I chart it on a map, I can work out what they're trying to influence. Because I can look at, well, they're visiting here when this is going on. So why are they doing that instead of going there? Because if they're here, they host a party with them. And having them on gives you that, which then influences that. It makes sense. There is usually a list of this stuff. So these sort of books are really useful when writing for getting a chronology in place. And you need a chronology in place. The idea that you can approach history and go, no, I don't need a chronology. Whenever someone says to me that, I want to break down and cry. I really do. Because, okay, whilst I agree that there are some very, very big fallacies in history and in the law, and therefore, and sort of all things. And I have to admit that I've got it in Latin pretty much down. I cannot remember it from my okay. Post hoc ergo propter hoc. The after this, therefore because of this fallacy, is the most vicious, annoying, and repetitive of fallacies which a historian will deal with. The amount of people who will go, oh, this happened after this event, so it must have been because of it. Doesn't. Right up. But history is sort of like a 3D puzzle. In fact, it's a 3D puzzle in a fourth dimension. But it's also got time. So you can lay out a map. But if you don't have a timeline of how those things occurred, they just look like they're disparate events. So you need a timeline. And you need a map. You need to be able to put all that together, and then you can start to work back and see what's going on. So these sort of books are really, really useful. And in fact, my book, there is a limit in word count. I am using 3 classes to illustrate the role of the fighting destroyer and how it emerges into general purpose destroyer. 3 classes. There are 27... Well... There are 27 tribals, 20-something battles, and a whole load of darings. 60-something ships I'm going over. In 70,000, 80,000 words, I would love to say I could give every ship its time and do its full account, but I can't. And not make the case. I'm not sort of nicest way not making the case, but also not reveal the history which I'm talking about in terms of the design development and the key battles and the key events in enough detail. So there are ships which none of the ships are missed out, but there are whole events in their lives which aren't put in because they just don't have as high a priority as the others do. This book is a day-to-day guide of all those ships. Hello. Belsby would have wreaked havoc among the Russians and the French had the Kaiser had enough brains to keep Britain out of the war. Yes, he would. Stuff Johnson. I think one thing I think you looked at is heads for the office. Are you sitting over a brick ass house at the end of the yard? No. I have to wander back inside. Shomak, that you can't put the ships there, and if you must put the ships there, everything about them must be expendable, not just the ships, but the crews and their commanders. The trouble is, if you're going to put a force there, it's got to look good. And putting your idiots out there isn't going to help with that one. Jeffina. So, basically, for peacetime reasons, you have to put your best, and they develop into a crack force out in the Far East. But for wartime reasons, that's really, really silly to have them all there. Jeffina. History is about chronology and geography, amongst other things. Oh, yes. J. Carmen, a very good book, only got 50 pages left, tells the story of the red and blue platoons which were attacked by over 300 Taliban. Or if there isn't a one in existence, make and publish one. Yeah. My biggest fault with history is focusing on the dates and machinery, not so much the people that were involved. Equipment is easier than egos to remember. That is. It happened after this event, Therefore, before the event, merely part of why this event took place. Sometimes they have no relation at all. Just because one happens before the other doesn't have any effect at all. Count, are you going to help Drac with the last part of his development of the Destroyer series? If you ask me to. I'd be honoured to. Rapidozo, did you pick an example for each class? Well, I picked an example for the battle and daring classes. Mainly because it seems sensible, because I talk about the tribals and often enough that, you know, battle and daring classes don't get mentioned. Can I have that book laid out on an interactive GIS map? To be fair, I almost got a friend to do that for me. Thankfully, Boniface and McCart. McCart has also done a town class book, which I will show you in a second as well, which is also in this series, which are very good. Now, what do I also like about these books? Well, they aren't just full of facts and dates. They also tend to have quotes from crewmen, which can start to give you very quickly an idea about the state of the crew and their experience. The ship's company were the last West Country crew to commission at Devonport ship before central drafting was introduced. What a fine lot they turned out to be. Additionally, I was blessed with good officers. And this was Captain John Growler talking about his time on the Diana. Yes, we did used to have an HMS Diana. Torg. You could use my storage solution. Spend cages of books from the ceiling. Girlfriend hates it, but it works. Knowing my girlfriend, and I love her dearly, she would take over them and use them for her own books. So, these books are really, really good. Really good pictures, timelines in each one. This one has a timeline written out as more of a book to read. Mainly because there's less ships to deal with and more space to make up. When Decoy left Bermuda on the 7th of September, she set course for the US mainland, and at the highlight of the commission, visits to the ports of Baltimore and Newport, Rhode Island. At 4 o'clock on the 9th of September, the destroyer arrived alongside PF-4 at Baltimore, which coincided with celebrations to mark the 150th anniversary of the writing of the American national anthem, the Star-Spangled Banner, composed by lawyer John Key, who in 1814 witnessed an assault by a British fleet upon Fort McHenry. As dawn broke On the morning after the battle, he observed that the US flag was still flying proudly, thus inspiring the composition. As decoy steam passed Fort McHenry, she fired a national salute of 21 guns, which was returned by a shore battery whose gunners were clad in the ceremonial garb of their predecessors from 150 years before. Unfortunately, a spell of unseasonably wet weather caused the cancellation of a parade in the city, but an unscheduled visit to the ship by comedian Bob Hope was appreciated by all on board. From Baltimore, decoys steamed by the way of the Chesapeake-Delaware Canal to Newport, Rhode Island, where she acted as a British guard ship during the America's Cup yacht races between the US Defender Constellation and the British Challenger Sovereign. During the 6-day visit, the destroyer was also the focal point for local society, with the British ambassador to the United States holding a reception for 200 guests on board, and with over 500 people watching the yacht races from her decks. The memorial visit ended on the 21st September, when Decoy sailed for another series of Bahamas patrols, during which he detained a number of Cuban refugees on the island of Cay Sol. In early November, flying the broad pennant of Commodore E.B. Ashmore, there was a break from patrolling when Decoy paid flag-showing visits to Bridgetown, Barbados, Rossa, Dominican, Castries, St. Lucia, Gustavia, on the French island of Bartholomew, and San Juan, Puerto Rico, as well as carrying out training exercises with the frigate Rothsay. By 18th November, however, she was back on the Bahamas patrol, which, in company with Rothsay, is where she remained until early December. Decoy's last day on that patrol was 8th of December, and after refueling at Key West, she set course for Bermuda. 4 days later, at Hamilton, 90 ratings, who would form a skeleton crew during the ship's subsequent layup, joined. And on the 11th of January 1965, after spending Christmas and New Year at Bermuda, Decoy left Island on to carry on her last Bahamas patrol. This ended in February with a visit to Port Everglades and a return to Bermuda. There you go. Have another report from a seaman here. I was thrilled when I saw Decoy for the first time. At 16 years of age and fresh from training at Ganges and Vernon, she still had the appearance of a sleek, triple-turreted destroyer, and she looked a magnificent ship. I felt very proud. However, practical problems soon came to the fore, and struggling up the gangway, carrying both my holdall and kit bag under the gaze of a number of spectators who were watching in my progress was a real effort. However, I managed to get over the brow and thrown down my kit bag to salute the quarterdeck. It seemed that I had passed the first big test. I then turned to the quartermaster, a free badge chief officer, who, to my young eye, looked very elderly. He held out his hand in my direction, and I immediately grasped it and shook it heartily, immediately perking up at what appeared a kind gesture. I was soon put in place when he said, "It's not your hand I want, lad, it's your draft shit." It was my first mistake, and I felt rather foolish. I later got to know the buffer, Chief Petty Officer Les Scouse Reynolds, who was an ex-Second World War sailor who had served in the cruiser Dorsetshire during the Bismarck action, and we often laughed at the handshake incident, which sounds like quite a nice ship to me. Re-expanding office, maybe vertically too. I think planning might have trouble with me doing that. So, it was well before the limo thing at Stafford. Barbarossa, has anyone ever examined either World War through the lens of a single ship? Could be tempting. There are a few ships I'd like to do that. I'd like to do a full war through HMS Sheffield, but having time to research and write it properly. Message 40. State of the crew and their experience. So basically, utilising the foremost expert on all things officers and captains of Vessel X from date through date. Well, you know, it could be worse. Let's see. You're worried, Rabrazer, I would not want to be on ships named Decoy, Target, or Bait. Well, how about HMS Dainty or HMS Delight? I feel dainty, oh so dainty and fry. I'm so dainty. Ya da 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 dee da da. It's sort of it's one of those things. Dainty just doesn't sound like a warship I'm going to be scared of. I'm glad, Albazaski, you'd be delighted to be on Delight, be on HMS Delight. Honestly, look, it would definitely be me being overly patriotic to try and claim an answer to one of Drakenfeld's questions. He had in his dry dock earlier that, you know, which navy has the scariest naming policy and its toughest and bravest. I will not say whether I agree or disagree with his conclusions. However, I will say the Royal Navy has some of the most random. And sometimes it's like the case of, we're going to build a class of destroyers which all their names will begin with D. Okay? We've run out of names. Okay, just open the dictionary. Whatever you come to, we'll find, as long as it begins with D. How about Delight? Go on. Dainty, why? What possessed you? This is supposed to be a warship. Dragon, good. Dainty, hi. He doesn't. Did he use TCP? I don't think so. I think he probably just, you know, stared at the gentleman until he stopped. Derp Squad. HMS Sheffields can be summarised as, stop attacking us, we're on your side, damn it. Well, apart from when, of course, that works very much in her favour, when the German ships form up on her, I don't realise she's not on their side, so, you know, there is some advantages to this. And sorry for the apparent mess behind me tonight. As I said, I was scrambling to get the picture in time. Side the lighting set up side. If I were on Dainty or Delight, I would want the crew trained to a degree that the ships and everyone on had reputations as ravenous killers. I was asking, with such a name, food on the ship must be delightful. Well, either that or it's full of Angel's Delight. Come on, have you got Dead Men Risen? I know these are War in Afghanistan books, but oh well. Not yet. It's not there. I've got a list of books to get from about Afghanistan. At some point, I am going to have to get them and actually start updating some of my references to Afghanistan. DSLC, I think it's more like a horror in horror movies. The character you should be scared of, most scared of, is the innocent little girl. That could help Dainty out with that theory. Right, 6040. Dainty sounds like a great ship to me. I can only imagine her as a dreadnought with 15 or 16-inch main gun battery and triple turrets. And there was something else I was thinking, but has unfortunately left me. What about a flute? A flute. Grace was daring in the Iron Head HMS Terror. Yes, it did. Well, Japanese name had some pretty rad names when you translate them. Yeah. Demon, Destruction, Damnation, Doom. All those could be possible D names. Alright, we're on naming Ship Names Commission, also known as the Oxford Dictionary Redaction. Renaming the ships, the old joke. We are the Free Polish Navy. These are our destroyers: Thunder, OP Grom, Lightning, and here is our cruiser, Joe. Joseph Conrad. Then you wonder, who was Joe, and do you dare ask? Russian, good one. Yeah. That's good. Dainty Light probably had the best brawlers in the Navy. The amount of fights they get in to protect the honor of the ship, they got to get good. Yeah, I do. I agree with that one. Although, there is also Daring, Diamond, Duchess, the Diana, and Defender, and the Australian ones: Voyager, Vendetta, Vampire, and Duchess. So, by the way, someone says USS Voyager, oh, beautiful ship, I automatically want to correct them. HMAS Voyager. Then I go, no, of course they're talking about Star Trek. That makes some sense. Put that. Get that out, because that's my sister. I got my sister a Fanta, and she dropped it off at the office meeting. I got the dog some carrots. Yes, before anyone asks, my dog likes carrots. Melanie, HMS Daring, Duchess, Defender. Yep. The Fighting Calliope. Yeah. I present the D series of tripled 18-inch super dreadnoughts. HMS Daffodil, Dainty, Daisy, Damsel. It will be hilarious. Has there ever been an HMS Daffodil? Well, that's an easy way to find out. There it is. Daffodil. Yowza. This is why I need to get my desk in. I'm going to be less likely to blast things if I have my desk here. There has been a Daffodil, an Acacia-class sloop built in 1915. And an ex-train ferry, number 3, put in service in 19... let's see. Purchased as a landing ship in 1940, sunk in the 18th of March 1945 after mine damage off Dieppe, and a Flower-class corvette. There have been 3 daffodils in service. Precisely. Why do the powers that be rarely have a sense of humor? Oh, they do. They just don't like to show it. Why do I think that ship naming convention is just someone holding a really big dictionary? It's a really small dictionary, really. It's not as big as you do think. That's good. Given the name of the song they were nature of the song they were named after, HMS Black Joke seems a bit risque for the Royal Navy to use for ship names repeatedly. There are so many they get away with, mainly because most people don't realise. What does your T-shirt say? You don't study scaring. You just do it. Right then. So, next and final class book to look at. Dan Class Cruisers by Neil McCart. Yes, we can tell you're Welsh, Cal. You're obsessed with daffodils. Scott, there was also a 96 built ferry requisitioned to the Brugger raid that was commissioned as HMS Daffodil in 1918. I think there was one done in the one listed in that book for the World War II, not one listed for World War One, but might have been. After leaving Saigon, Birmingham returned to Singapore to begin a 3-month refit. And on 5th of February, when the cruiser went into dry dock, the ship's company were accommodated ashore until the 3rd week of April, when they moved back on board. On the 2nd of May, still flying the flag of FO2, Flag Officer to 2nd, number 2, Birmingham left Singapore for the last time to begin a cruise of the Indian Ocean ports, which included calls at Mauritius, Durban, Laurencio Max, Maputo, and Diego Suarez, Tulia, East London, and finally, 8th of June, the naval base at Simonstown, where Flag Officer 2 hauled down his flag, and the ship prepared to steam north into the Atlantic Ocean as she made her way home. After leaving South African waters on the 21st of June, 10 days later, she made a brief 24-hour call at Freetown. On Monday, the 11th of July, she arrived at Sheerness. Next day, Birmingham steamed up the River Medway and secured alongside a basin in Chatham Dockyard. Her commission was over, and within days, her ship's company had dispersed new drafts, leaving only a small care and maintenance party on board. On Monday, the 18th of July, Captain J.R.B. Longdon, OBE, RN, took command of the cruiser, and next forenoon, the main body of her ship's company joined from the naval barracks. A few hours later, at 12:50, the ship was recommissioned for service with the Mediterranean Fleet. On 4th of August, Birmingham left Sheerness for Gibraltar, where she underwent a 3-day docking period before steaming east to Malta. On the 14th of August, she anchored in Maslocks Bay and officially joined the fleet. The next 3 weeks, Birmingham and her ship's company were put through their paces as they underwent an intense workup period in the waters around Malta. On the 8th of September, however, the exercises were cut short and Birmingham was ordered to return to Grand Harbour. In the early 1950s, Greek Cypriot nationalists had begun stirring civil unrest when they demanded that the island be linked to Greece in a political union. That Cyprus was a British Crown colony and all was due to Lord Beaconsfield, Benjamin Disraeli, who, when he returned from the Congress of Berlin in 1878, had acquired the island from the Ottoman Turks in exchange for vague guarantees that Britain would use the island as a base to help protect the Ottoman Empire from Russian aggression. The island's population was made up of Greek Orthodox Christians and Muslims, the former being in the majority. During the Great War, Britain had actually offered to cede the island to Constantine I, the King of Hellenes, in exchange for a Greek declaration of war on Saudi allies. Constantine wisely refused the offer, but the idea of a future political union with Greece was firmly planted in the minds of Greek Cypriot nationalists. It was not until 1925 that the island became a British Crown colony. And during the Second World War, NOS, or Union with Greece, became a definite objective of Greek Cypriot leaders. Naturally, this idea was not at all welcomed by the island's Muslim minority. By the autumn of 1955, the civil disorder in Cyprus was becoming increasingly widespread, and a Greek Cypriot insurgency, with terrorist atrocities aimed at both the British colonial authorities and the minority Muslim community, was becoming more violent. It was time for an urgent military reinforcements to be sent to Cyprus from garrisons in Egypt and Malta. During the night of the 8th and 9th September, some 528 officers and men of 40 Commander Royal Marines and headquarters of 3rd Commander Brigade, together with their equipment and vehicles, were ferried out to Birmingham and embarked. The frigate Roebuck also took on board a number of Marines and their equipment, after which both ships left Malta to make a very uncomfortable 30-hour passage to Famagusta, where the Royal Marines and their equipment were disembarked. Within hours of their arrival, the Marines were deployed to the docks at Limassol, where nationalist protesters were taking control of the facilities there. As soon as her disembarkation was complete, Birmingham weighed anchor to return to Malta, from where, after refueling and storing, she sailed for a 3-day visit to the Italian naval base at Taranto. On 21st September, Birmingham, together with Roebuck, Wakeful Whirlwind, and RFA Blue Ranger, took part in Exercise Medflex Champion, which also included the Turkish destroyer Sultan Hisar, ex-HMS Aribi. The exercises were controversial in that the Greek government, which was at loggerheads of Turkey, refused to let their ships take part. At the end of the manoeuvres, Birmingham anchored off Izmir before returning to Malta. For most of October, Birmingham joined the destroyers Defender and Delight, battle-class destroyers, class destroyers, for various Mediterranean exercises and visits to Algiers and Naples, before she returned to Malta to undergo maintenance and docking. It was the second week of 9th of December before she was ready for sea again. On 9th December, she hoisted the flag of the CNC Mediterranean and steamed via Algiers to Gibraltar for joint home and Mediterranean fleet exercises in the Western Mediterranean Atlantic. These exercises had been an annual event in the pre-war years, but by the mid-1950s, they were about a shadow of the earlier manoeuvres, for the Mediterranean fleet had been reduced to little more than an aircraft carrier, a cruiser, and a few destroyers and frigates. After spending Christmas and New Year in Malta, the first 2 months of 1936 were spent a day running from Malta. Then in March, she took part once again in joint home Mediterranean fleet exercises. This time the manoeuvres took the form of a convoy escort exercise, where Maidstone, the Royal Yacht Britannia, and 2 RFAs made up the convoy, which was attacked by Ark Royal's aircraft. These exercises were immediately followed by Exercise Medflex Dragon, a 5-nation NATO exercise which saw Birmingham act as host to 3 journalists and 2 US Army cameramen who covered the ship's activities, including AA surface and bombardment shoots, throughout the exercises. It was even said that the 2 US sergeants were instructed in the art of tea-wetting and were given certificates of merit to prove their ability. On 20th April, the exercise ended with a spectacular naval and air event just 3 miles off the entrance to Valleta's Grand Harbour, where more than 50 NATO ships steamed past the dispatch vessel Surprise, while an array of NATO admirals and generals took the salute. The proceedings were concluded with a flypast of some 70 aircraft from the participating NATO countries, after which the ships entered Grand Harbour and Silma Creek. To careful observers, the ships in the harbour represented a major post-war change in the balance of power in the Mediterranean. But the stars and the stripes of the US Navy's Sixth Fleet now dominated the scene. In just 6 months' time, when the Suez crisis broke out, the reality of this change would be exposed for the world to see. Cool. Ships named after Girl Scout cookie flavours. That only happens occasionally. Good book, this one. Really good book. Start to get an idea what the class got up to. Both the Mersey ferries were given the SS Royal name, rename on the command of the King George V. SS Royal Daffodil scrapped in 1928. Royal Iris scrapped in 1961. That's nice. It's nice when they're given a royal name. Oh. Mm-hmm. Danko. Mm-hmm. If I spelled Odyssey correctly, yes, I did. Mm. Admiral Cunningham. Right. That's good. Chat is working, and I do need more iron brew. Luckily, I do see the responses. Appears to be still good. I'm just checking, because after it froze the other day, I'm now no longer trustful of it. Sometimes my chat just keeps up a steady sort of movement as comments come in. And sometimes it doesn't move, and then a whole boom of comments appear. And so I get worried sometimes. For sensible reasons, because I don't want to miss good comments. Actually, I don't want to miss any comments. Animal, I'm going to have to try Iron Brew. You are. Iron Brew is good for you. Listen, talking of ships that went cruising, the Wire Lady nowadays travels between Doncaster and Grandsborough, but 80 plus years ago went to a city called Dunkirk. Cool. So, right, we've been over the generic volumes and what they're useful for, the class descriptions, and how you follow them. So your next thing is the very non-generic volumes. And this, of course, is Action This Day by Sir Philip Vian. So what is this useful for? Well, for starters, and even when you're dealing with someone as candid as Vian, always remember this is one person's account of what they remembered that they did. So, it's also what they're allowed to say. So it's basically one person's account of what they remember that they did that they are allowed to talk about. So, when you put that codicil in, you can use them. That is fine. In fact, using these sort of sources is great because they'll often offer a whole lot of colour which allow you to read between lines in official reports. But you have to remember you can't trust any primary source, basically. First rule of being a historian, never trust a primary source. Believe it, don't trust it. And there is a difference between that. So believe it's as accurate as far as the author is allowed to say and knows. Those are the criteria. So believe it. Don't trust it, because there's information the author is not allowed to say, and there'll be information the author doesn't know. So, if the captain tells you that the engine had a major problem, and tries to tell you that, number four pipe broke, maybe believe him. Maybe don't. Check with the chief engineer's report. Why? Because the captain's job is to run the ship. Chief engineer's job is to fix the things. The captain hears what he hears. He's in the middle of a combat and he's just been told his ship's broke. Or her ship's broke. When I'm talking historically, it's usually his. But doesn't mean they remember it exactly correctly. And then if you add on the fact that they might be writing it 40, 50 years after events, because, believe it or not every good captain is a good diarist. So, I don't know about you, but I have only a hazy recollection of what I was doing a decade ago. And most of that recollection I have to say, has to come from, in some respects, pictures I took at the time, and some of my notes. You know, some, not diaries, I don't keep a diary, but some of the things I wrote and things I wrote down, reminder lists and those things, that's what my memory is of over a decade ago. Which is terrible. But it's also true. I can remember stuff that happened in the 1940s far clearer than I can remember stuff that happened in the 2010s. And I don't even have the excuses of alcohol or drug use to excuse that. I just have had a busy life. It happens. But don't presume any of the authors are any better informed. Hello, Austin Harmon. Carlos, renaming ships. Just read an excerpt about Austro-Hungarian negotiations on the SMS class. One Austrian freaked out. The Hungarians will name a ship SMS Kossuth. Yeah, Vila, HMS Vindictive got an aircraft carrier named after her. Fitting for a carrier and round cruiser? Possibly. I was shocked at how useful Vian's books is. It's such a good read. It is a very good read. Rabbi, are you saying primary sources shouldn't be taken as scripture? I have a department of history professors who would accuse you of heresy. They would. There are many, many historians who would accuse me of heresy, but as I was talking through the other day with the ship on the Crown Colony class, those statistics of their speed and all those things, they come from primary sources. They are very codified primary sources. We're very certain of the quality of those primary sources. Yet I find some of the figures about their speed and looking at their hull form and shape and understanding the amount of work the Royal Navy puts into hull form and shape, and some of the exploits they do actually achieve, I find some of those figures a little bit difficult to accept. So Thompson, 5 eyewitnesses can often give 5 different accounts of the same situation, given their perspective of the same situation. Exactly. So Scott, in legal terms, eyewitness evidence is least reliable of all forms of evidence and the one given most weight by the juries. Yep. Jess B, 10 years ago, I was working a lot. That's about what I remember. Pretty much the same here. That's funny. I was commenting upon your lovely book referencing all explodey things of the Royal Navy and things suitable for transport of aforementioned explodey items. Also, should you find yourself in one of the exceedingly rare situations where it can not point you in the direction of an appropriately explodey or explodey transport, it has thoughtfully been designed to serve with aplomb in both of the offensive and defensive roles when required. Yes. Don't trust the primary sources, as my teacher said, and don't fully believe and trust secondary sources, as they also have their issues. Oh, we'll be getting into those. Is there a PDF of Vian's book because it's over $100 used over here? I don't think so, but I'm fairly certain if this copy ends up anywhere near Drakenfell, it will get photocopied. There's a picture of him as Commander-in-Chief Fleet. Home Fleet. With his 2 daughters, wife, and the leading seaman he was rated to help look after his house. Now, we can all imagine, but would you want to be the boy and the young man who had to approach Vian to say you would like to take his daughter on a date? That would be a scary experience. The air group leader, Lieutenant Colonel Hay, took his flight to examine Matsunoya. Although he found little activity, and although there was low cover over there, a cloud over the airfield, he tried to direct the 2nd Striking Force to follow him in, and to give the same treatment to the runways as had been done at Chinchiku. He was prevented through the jamming of his radio by the enemy. Trent will find this interesting. With the consequence that the Avengers decided that the cloud conditions called for a shift to their alternative target, the port installations of nearby Kirun Harbour. There, they inflicted considerable damage on a dock area in shipping and on a chemical plant, all without loss themselves. Hay, frustrated in his efforts to communicate with the bomber force, took his own flight down to destroy the only aircraft to be seen on the airfield, and then to strafe the railway station and nearby factory. Finally, he destroyed a bridge over the river to the southward of the airfield. Meanwhile, there had been a brilliant little encounter by 2 Firefly aircraft which had been sent to orbit the island of Yonokuni, the westernmost of the Shahima group. Sighting 5 Japanese bombers heading eastwards for Okinawa, they attacked, shot down 4 of them, and damaged the 5th, without harm to themselves. This success clearly hampered the Japanese in their efforts to increase their pressure on the American fleet off Okinawa, and provoked them into diverting some of their force to attack us. Only Vian would describe such a scenario of diverting their force to attack us as a brilliant little encounter. A brilliant little encounter. Towards evening, a considerable force of bombers were detected. The fighter direction team, under Commander E.D. Lewin, was ready for them. Hellcats from Indomitable and Corsairs from Victorious intercepted them far out, shooting down 4, damaging others, and driving off the remainder, so that none came within sight of the fleet. One Hellcat, damaged, got back to a carrier, but the pilot was unfortunately killed in the forced landing which followed. At dusk we withdrew seawards and prepared to repeat our attacks on the morrow, which, according to our programme, was to have been our last day's operations before returning for a few days to Laity for a major replenishment. All day, however, news had been coming in of the serious straits to which our American friends had been reduced by the desperate and heavy attacks being delivered on the fleet and on transports off Okinawa. A mass suicide attack by a force of 185 aircraft was but one of several determined assaults, as a result of which 2 ships had been sunk and 23 others damaged, including 2 American battleships. It seemed unthinkable to me that our own task force should retire at such a moment. I suggested to Admiral Rawlings that unless our aircraft losses on the 13th were unusually high, we could manage at any rate one more operational period in the area before we returned to laity. Rawlings had reached the same conclusion. In his dispatch he wrote, "It was evident from the signals received that the enemy were engaging in very heavy air attacks on American forces in the Okinawa area, and that Formosa-based planes were taking part. I came to the conclusion during the evening that we must contrive to remain for a further period. Even if we could do little more than occasionally strike at Sakamoto and Gunto, we should, anyway, provide an alternative target to take some of the weight." The Admiral commanding the 1st Aircraft Carrier Squadron had evidently come to the same conclusion, for at 21:13 hours, he informed me that in view of the very heavy air attacks being launched on and around Okinawa, he felt that our remaining aircraft and crews could manage another operational period, provided our losses remained small. Admiral Spruance welcomed our proposal. The replenishment program was hastily reorganized to allow for refueling at sea on the 15th and 16th. Meanwhile, before dawn on the 13th, we returned to our flying off positions, ready for a renewed attack on the Formosan airfields. That our efforts had stung the Japanese to retaliation was quickly evident. Radar contact was made, while it was still dark, with a group of dive bombers coming in to attack. A flight of 4 Hellcats, which had been held at readiness in Indomitable, were flown off. Unfortunately, an action before daylight had not been anticipated. The pilots concerned were not at a small number of fully trained and fully night-trained airmen available, and hasty briefings sent them off not entirely aware of the situation. They had hardly got in the air before it became clear that they would be too late to intercept the approaching enemy. To give the ship's guns a clear field, the Hellcats were ordered to stand away from the fleet. They had not yet formed up, so the radar picture was confused by a multiplicity of contacts. At this moment, the first enemy aircraft, switching on navigation lights and firing recognition signal, continued to confuse us, dived on Indomitable, whose guns engaged it, hitting it and put off the pilot's aim. The bomb fell harmlessly in the sea. A second dive bomb was fairly caught by the gunfire and crashed. Then came tragedy. 3 of the Hellcats had flown clear, but the 4th came low across the centre of the fleet. In the dark, it could not be identified. Guns blazed out, and the Hellcat fell, the pilot being killed. Daylight came soon afterwards, and a combat air patrol of Corsairs was flown off. I would like to add that at that point, Vian started bollocking everyone hard over the fact that not everyone was fully night capable, and within days, most of the force was fully night capable. There were lots of Fleet Air Arm pilots complaining that Vian wasn't letting them sleep and they weren't getting rest and they were tired and being worked to death, but they were night capable. You can understand what Vian's main emphasis was on. At 6:40, another approaching attack was detected, but the Corsairs intercepted it, shot down 2 of the enemy and drove off the remainder. By this time, the striking forces were ranged on the carrier's decks, and at 6:45 they were off on their missions. In fair weather conditions, Matsuyama and Shinkinu airfields were given a thorough plastering, bombs being dropped on runways, barracks and dispersal points where a few aircraft were seen, and ammunition that was blown up. Once again, no airborne opposition was encountered, and though there was a fair volume of flak, no aircraft from our striking force was lost. The air group's leader's flight found 12 aircraft parked on yet another airfield, destroying several and damaging others. That afternoon, the force had to withdraw to refuel. In the days off Formosa, besides putting the 2 airfields at least temporarily out of action, 16 enemy aircraft had been destroyed in an air combat for the loss of 1 Hellcat. The 2 others of our aircraft had been lost to flak. Compared with the rewarding tasks which have been the pilots lost in previous operations against Sakamoto and Gunto, these were encouraging results. It was most noticeable that the signs of operational fatigue, which had been growing, were greatly reduced by the knowledge that the tasks and targets were really worthwhile. For service and protracted operations carried out for the relief of pressure on the Americans, 2 petty officer telegraph air scanners, both from Indefatigable, were among those decorated for gallantry. Petty Officer R.J.W. Gibbs was one of the crew of the Avenger hit by flak, which started a serious fire in the starboard wing tank. The observer had been wounded, leaving Gibbs to fight the fire as it spread to the cockpit, to tend the observer's wounds and repair the damaged radio set. All of this he succeeded in doing, re-establishing communication with the fleet so as to enable his pilot to make an emergency landing on board without delay, and thereby saving the observer's life. Petty Officer B. Pierce was another whose aircraft was severely damaged and the observer wounded. He first administered first aid to the observer, applying a tourniquet to his wounded leg and giving him morphia. Then, when the aircraft went down in the sea, it was he who inflated and cut loose the dinghy, helped the wounded officer into it and tended him until they were picked up. After replenishing at sea, we returned for 3 more days' attack on Sakamoto. At the end of this time, the force had, for the time being, about shot its bolt. The still inadequate fleet train and the few slow small tankers being no longer able to keep us replenished at sea without a pause in which to gather new resources. Furthermore, many of our air crews were beginning to show signs of strain, while pressure on the maintenance and handling personnel was also having its effect. The British types of aircraft, particularly the Seafire, compared unfavourably with their American counterparts in mechanical reliability. The maintenance people were thus hard put to keep up the same sortie rate as our allies, which we were all determined must be achieved. Our flight deck handling parties, too, were a great deal smaller than those in American carriers. To maintain necessary rapid tempo of flying operations, officers and men from every department were turning to lend a hand. 23rd of April, Task Force 57 anchored in San Pedro Roads, Leyte, 32 days out from Urfi. Not unsatisfied, considering the many and serious handicaps under which it had been operating. But the hopes of those who expected relaxation and recreation were to prove illusory. The ships lay miles from the shore, and the task of replenishing them with dry provisions and ammunition from the merchantmen by means of ship's boats and such water transport as the Americans generously provided proved a day and night affair. The fighter formations in Luscious had by this time passed the accepted limit for an operational tour of duty. Furthermore, the ship herself was in need of refit. Continuous steaming at high speed was becoming increasingly difficult for her. Formidable, which had now arrived at Leyte, therefore took her place while Lustrous returned to Sydney and later to England. On the 1st of May, the fleet sailed again, rested if not refreshed, to resume the task of keeping airfields of Sacramento neutralized. Formidable's lack of experience in this type of operation might have been expected to be a handicap, but Captain Philip Brooke Keane and his air squadrons very quickly got into swing and in the event gave an admirable performance. This is Vian's book, and as you see, you get a fairly accurate picture of what's going on. But again, you have to remember he's the Admiral in charge. There's going to be a limit to what people tell him, especially Vian. He's quite scary and intimidating. Lovely in a cuddly bear, in a very vicious cuddly bear sort of way. Jack Hunter, I know my lead supervisor has drilled into me a ton of the primary sources, some of the few actually dedicated to my study, as gonna be testy at best. Yeah. That's awesome. I will look forward to it. Your latest Fiji crypts. An SR-71 during a mission over North Korea had each SAM launched at them and began to flash their fuel dump system after burning out of fuel in a Morse code. How would they transmitted later I've seen it? How would North Korean report look like? That they'd blown up an SR-71. Anil, I asked Drag this question, but he didn't know. The question is, why did the USS Enterprise receive the Admiralty pennant? Because it was pretty. And okay, so right. Sometimes when you have an allied ship do something very meritorious, you give it an award from your service, even if there's not something directly connected to. It's like, why do some officers receive medals from the American, or the sort of the British officers receive medals from the American government when they don't do anything for America directly, but they still get a medal? Why? Because it's considered nice to reward people, and it looks good politically. Shomak, also, those primary sources about the Crown Colonies have a narrative to give, politics and other effects. Yeah. Jack, drop a message on Discord, Shomak. If you're nearby, I don't mind lending you mine for a bit. I do love old history teachers. Miss Jones was a great teacher. I don't know. Good history teachers are hard to find. Razak, Vian might cut you a break for having the brass ones to ask. Potentially. That's good. Using primary sources is issues because they're usually written for an audience in mind, especially memoirs. All sources should be considered, evaluated, and used to the extent they deserve. Yeah, pretty much as I said. Carmen, hello, Mr. Vian. May I take your most wonderful around? I love the way you think it's just the entire Mediterranean fleet. Other than Vian and Macdonald, what early war destroyer flotilla commanders reached flag rank? I think Sherbrooke did quite well. A fair number do it quite well. And I would argue Vian reaches it far more deservedly than Mountbatten. Mountbatten gets some accelerations due to politics. Oh no. That's not pennant. It was the only time a foreign ship received one. Of course, I don't know how pennants work. Well, a pennant is a nice flag which can be given a ship which is a particular meritorious service, and Enterprise, I think, gets it because of its service in the Far East and help in protecting Australia. I think that's what they give it for. I think that's sort of why they sort of dress it up. I think after a reasonable period of time after the author's death, memoirs and historical books should be available electronically at reduced prices. We can always hope. How can aircrew go from... Well, you also have to remember authors, memoirs, etc., those sort of things. After a reasonable period of time, I would... Trouble is, those things are often legacy for families. You consider, why does Grant write his memoirs after the American Civil War? That's literally to give his son something to live off because he's got no army pension and his son has been his son has also had a bad war and he's worried about him. So hammering home the basic and nice a good bit of it could be omitted. Doctor can put it better than I just a head in the chat. Pretty much, night ops are very, very difficult, especially on ships and from carriers. Then difficult on land when your airfield moves. And doesn't, I'm not just talking, it moves in its different places. It moves in, well, the whole time. It's fun. So this affects things. It affects what happens, it affects how they're approaching, and it requires a lot of training. And you have to remember that Britain, the Royal Navy Fleet Air Arm up till 1940, up till now in 1941, is largely, very largely composed of people who have been in the Royal Navy pre-World War II on the Fleet Air Arm and have been trained up in night flying ops. It's either large, and they will train their colleagues as well. So it's managing to keep up that level of very high readiness for night flying operations. As it expands, it's trying to maintain that full capability. And everyone is given some level of night flying, but some are given more training than others. And sometimes you have, like occurred here, the pilots are all night certified, but they aren't night certified. I.e., yes, they're qualified to take off and land on the ship at night. They've done that, that's fine. Have they done night flying training in terms of advanced fighter intercept tactics? Oh. And you see, that's the problem. That's what Vian found. And you can understand, again, because that's putting even more pressure on your experienced aircrew and on your fitters to maintain. Because you now got sorties going up, which have to be about night flying training, not just about operations. Jeff Ealer, when did the Royal Navy switch to central messing? They've switched to central messing? There is still an officer's mess. There is still different messes. There is central dining. There is a sort of dining facility. When was it? The 1960s. Well, they make the transition. Mainly, it was a lot of people complaining. Is a pennant like a president's union organization? To an extent. Right. Good book. Now, have another one. It's quite comfortable in here, I have to admit, the temperature-wise. Now, the reason I'm checking my phone is I'm checking the radiator. Just quickly. Yeah, that place. Ooh. O2. 26. So, this is Admiral Cunningham. We all know him. He's about as incontrovertible figure as you can get in World War II. Everyone's fairly sure he's very good at his job. He is. And he's cool, calm, collected. And he's honest as they come, so he's going to write a very honest account, isn't he? Well, yes, he is. It's going to be about the same level of honesty as Vian's. Both honest, but they have limitations. Celsius, there's also the greater inherent risk in night of training operations. You could lose more L.A.Carlyon accents. Yep. And sure, Max says the pretty much same thing. General, not Central, sorry. From the late 1920s, the Royal Navy began to introduce aboard HMN ships a system of catering known as general messing. General messing. Yeah, general messing is slightly different. General messing is the idea that you're getting sort of the foods organized centrally, and there are differences of it. You talk of Vian and his daughter reminds me of Liam Neeson at the end of Battleship. Yeah. Yeah. The British do a lot of night carrier ops when you look at it. That's God. Reference all the Magari in the West Wing. I don't mind you dating my only daughter, but I'm going to have fun, some fun with you along the way. Yeah, I think President Bartlett has slightly more advantageous in that one because he had 3 daughters to mess around with the potential paramours of. Right then, so let's start off. Where should we look at? The Admiralty had decided to relieve the C-class cruisers abroad by the slightly larger and newer Ds. Cs were all badly in need of long refits, and so far as the Calcutta was concerned, we were badly overcrowded as a flagship. Accordingly, the Calcutta was ordered home in November to pay off at Chatham, and in turn turned over to the dispatch. We arrived on December the 4th and did not at all appreciate the frost and snow after the sun of Bermuda. The dispatch was commissioned. and having made very few changes amongst the officers and ship's company, we sailed from England on 20th, 1927, and set off down channel on our way to Bermuda via the Azores. I've never known a worse trip. 400 miles west of Ushant, we ran into a full-blooded westerly gale and were hove to for nearly 2 days, with the ship continually under water. Never since I had brought the Scorpion home from the Mediterranean 10 years before had I seen such huge seas. The Dispatch stood up to it fairly well, but the weight of water on her light forecastle caused it to subside, and it had to be shored up from the keel upwards. Her stern wagged up and down on about 4 feet and made one wonder when it might break off. We struggled on when the weather moderated and passed the Azores on Christmas Day, having, as we thought, lashed and secured everything on the upper deck. 2 days later, we ran into another howling gale from the northward. This brought the wind and sea right abeam, and various fittings on the upper deck were smashed or washed overboard. At 2 a.m., the ship suddenly gave a violent shudder, tipping all the officers out of their bunks aft. The engines were stopped, and when restarted, the horizontal tail wagging was so violent that they had to be stopped again. It was found that a port propeller was the cause, so we steamed on the starboard engine only and reached Bermuda on December the 31st. A strong wind was blowing, and with one tug and a propeller out of action, I anticipated difficulty in getting alongside the dockyard wall. So before passing through the channel in the reefs to the dockyard, I decided to try the port propeller once more. Apparently there was little matter with it. Later, when we went into dock, we found that the edge of the propeller blades near the boss had been driven flat for a depth of about 6 inches. We came to the conclusion that a large, steel-washed deck locker had lodged on it on being washed overboard, had jammed there for a time, and then been shaken free again before our arrival. While in England, I had been to the Admiralty and had had an interview with the First Sea Lord, Admiral of the Fleet, Sir Charles Madden. He told me that the government attached so much importance to showing the flag in South America that 2 of our 4 cruisers were to be there fairly constantly, only visiting Bermuda for exercises. I pointed out that they would become rather inefficient at gunnery, and so on. But he replied that this must be accepted as being less important than flag showing. At the same time, the whole of South America was added to our station, which now on paper extended as far as the South Pole. It was therefore decided that the Commander-in-Chief in the Dispatch should inaugurate the extension of our station by a cruise to the west coast of South America, visiting as many states as time permitted. Our itinerary included Nassau, Belize, British Honduras, Puerto Barras, Guatemala, Jamaica, the Panama Canal, Guayaquil, Ecuador, Callao, Peru, Coquimbo, Valparaiso, Antofagasta and Vasta in Chile, the Panama Canal again, Puerto Cabello, Venezuela, and then back to Bermuda by way of Trinidad, Barbados, and Antigua. The long trip, which took us just over 3 months, January to April 1928, was a most exacting one for the Commander-in-Chief and his staff. Except at sea, we had no rest at all from a long series of official functions. Luckily, the distance between ports was considerable, which gave us several days of complete rest to recover from a succession of busy days and late nights. I cannot hope to write fully on this interesting cruise, so must confine myself to a few of the highlights. At Puerto Barras, the Admiral and staff, 13 other officers and 15 ratings, were the guests of the government and taken 200 miles by special train to Guatemala City and heavily entertained. The Admiral and I actually stayed at the British Minister, Sir Archibald Clark Kerr, now Lord Iverchapel. We were taken to call on the President, a very mild-looking man, remarkable for not having imprisoned anyone for his political opinions. God, that is so rare. That is worrying. Guatemala City is a lovely spot, 4,000 to 5,000 feet up on the plateau. cold nights and beautiful, clear and sunny mornings when one could see half a dozen volcanoes smoking in the distance. After Jamaica and the passage of the Panama Canal, our next port of call was Guayaquil, the port of Ecuador right on the equator and about 60 miles up a muddy river. I have never seen so many mosquitoes. When they were disturbed in clouds as we furled the awnings on leaving, they put a number of our signal boys on the sick list. Perhaps being young, they were the most succulent. We had the usual official entertainments, and punctuality is not an Ecuadorian virtue. At one dinner to which we were bidden, we were kept standing for a full 45 minutes while a band played both national anthems several times over. I love the way you can almost in your mind hear the following sentence that doesn't come out. We were freaking hungry that we wanted them to hurry up and serve us food. Or at least alcohol. At the Peruvian port of Callao, our next stopping place, we usually rolled heavily at our anchor. The entertainments took the usual form and were for the most part held at Lima, some 20 miles inland and connected by a wonderful broad motor road. During our stay, the Admiral and I were taken in an autocarro, an ordinary 6-cylinder Hudson car with railway wheels, up into the Andes. The railway was a wonderful feat of engineering, passed over slender-looking bridges spanning hideously deep gorges in and out around the spurs of precipitous mountains. We only went up to 11,500 feet, but at that time, before I had done any long-distance flying, I found it was quite enough for me, and any exertion was most unwelcome. The cattle lived in the mountains, and we were told that they ran a milk train every morning into Lima. It ascended by gravity down the gradients that were terrifying to us. If I'd been the driver of that milk train, I should have made very certain of my brakes before attempting the journey. After Callao, Coquimbo in Chile was a rest cure. There were 1 or 2 official receptions, but we managed to get in a little exercise in the way of tennis. We reached Valparaiso early on Saturday morning in March, and were at once whirled into the usual official calls and return calls with pre-arranged programme that occupied every moment of the days, and a good deal of the nights of our 8-day visit. It was more strenuous even than Washington, which is saying a lot. I think we were the first British warship to visit Valparaiso since the First World War, and the welcome was received alike from the Chileans and the British community was overwhelming. They went out of their way to see that every man on board had cause to remember his visit. Mostly for indigestion. He doesn't have that bit, but I can see it going there. There were race meetings, picnics, luncheons, cricket and football matches, sightseeing tours, receptions, dinners, parties, dances, and I cannot remember what else. Every officer and man was fully occupied. The Admiral and I visited the local cavalry regiment, the Petit Cuirassiers. Sir Walton, being a keen horseman, was absolutely in his element, and we listened to a long and technical discussion between him and the colonel of the regiment as to how much a horse should carry and eat on active surface. I do not know what the result was arrived at. In other words, I was quite practically searching for a way out of the room. But on leaving, the Admiral was presented with a lance with the regimental pennon. We also visited a division of the Chilean army in camp. They were a tough-looking crowd of men who marched past doing the goose step, being German-trained. We were entertained with champagne, beer, and speeches, and after a visit to the large local landowner on the way, with more liquid refreshment, reached the ship just in time to change into the appropriate garments for a dinner given by the British Consul General, followed by a ball given by the British community. After an exhausting day, I finally flopped into bed at 4 a.m. the next morning. We had 1 day's respite, with no more than some tennis in the afternoon and an evening reception, and the next morning the Admiral, myself, and about 10 officers and 200 ratings set off in a special train for Santiago, the capital of Chile, just over 100 miles away. The Admiral and his staff called on the President, and the President inspected our sailors drawn up in front of the palace. After this, they marched past, with the populace cheering enthusiastically. The men were then taken to the sporting club and given a large meal, followed by another at 5 p.m. at the British Club. after which they returned to Valparaiso by train. The officers were accommodated in the Union Club at Santiago and one of the large hotels. I was put up in the club in the most princely suite I've ever inhabited, and trembled to think what the annual subscription might be. There followed a dinner and a ball given by the British community. I finally got to bed at 3 a.m. and had to catch the 8 o'clock train back to Valparaiso. It was here I met a Chilean lieutenant, Pena by name, who had served for me in the Scorpion years before and had retired and was now associated with the nitrate industry. After a couple more days of official and unofficial engagements, we sailed for Antofagasta, almost completely exhausted after 8 days of entertainment and quite glad to get to sea. As I wrote at the time, the Chileans were overjoyed in seeing us. I have never met such friendly people. They were charmed with our little Admiral, who made such very good speeches, and very much impressed by the bearing of our men. There is no doubt that British sailors are among our best ambassadors, and it's good to see that these goodwill visits to South America ports are being continued. This is A Sailor's Odyssey by Viscount Cunningham. The Chilean soldiers were goose-stepping. Now, let's answer the questions that come in while I've been reading that. I'm sorry, I got engrossed. It was kind of a longer section I was planning on reading, but it was rather cool. Hello, Bar Foster. Someone in the chart this one. This one given the K-class submarines more thought. She'd be very happy. Yes, I've said the K-class are going to get a long patrol in April. Constable hi all. Hello. So now that's fun. How do I manage that one? Basically, a big steel locker which was used for gear on deck they thought had been secured down and actually got stormed off and then went back into the prop. And that is it's just half the fun. Seriously, some of the stuff in this book, in all these books about diplomacy, just make you want to cry sometimes with laughter, because you can hear the unwritten bits. There is the bit they're allowed to put in there, and then you can almost hear what the next sentence would be if they were talking with their mates. And you can hear Cunningham going, "It was 8 days. You weren't there, man. You weren't there. You didn't see it. I barely slept for 8 days." They're just another party, and another dance, and another party, and more party food. And it kept being all this diplomatic talking. I need to get back to my ship. I need to give someone an order. I can't take it anymore. Stop it. No more music. Oh. Didn't I mention L.A.Carlyon subs? I'm sure I did some. I'm sure I did some submarines. I did do a submarine one a while back, and I'm sure I talked about some of the submarines. Let's see. That's that. Yes, I do need to sort out this properly in terms of lighting. Rabarosa, I want the unabridged version of the Cunningham book. Well, I was sort of giving it to you because I can. After years of studying Cunningham, I can sort of read between the lines. So, next book. Now, this one is a very special case, because normally I would put biographies in the next section, as this is written by someone else. Now, there is a reason it goes in this. because Caspar John writes it himself, but then he doesn't finish it before he dies. And thanks to his daughter, she finishes it off for him. She puts it together, makes sure it's all published and bound, and so we get this wonderful book. But she's technically listed as the author. She does say, actually, in the notes once, that she made one change to it in that she ensured there were better pictures of her mother in it, because she said her father had chosen her favourite picture of her mum. It wasn't her mum's favourite picture of herself, though. So she did change that. Well, you know, let's be honest, that as a change goes and not one I'm going to complain about or really bother with. And I love the fact that she also includes a show of, this is Rebecca, this is Phineas, and this is Caspar. Now, Admiral Caspar John is the guy with the snake tattoo painted on his left arm with a seagull. Yes. So every time you hear modern naval tattoo regulations, just remember that the British ones were adjusted because there was an admiral of the fleet who had a tattoo all the way down his arm. Cunningham, does he mention the Battle of Variety? Yes, he does get into those. That is Andrew Cunningham. Anna, no more music, and I need to go get bread and water after 8 days in port. On bread and water after 8 days in port, possibly. Now let's see forward. Just out of curiosity, did you tell them how I addressed you and addressed my tardiness? No, don't worry. Sure, Mac. I wonder how many ABC antics were forgotten because he was a joker. Athena, Caspar John will forever be associated with the proper definition of a character. Yes, he will be. But let's go to. I'm going to do another interwar one. Caspar once referred to the Fleet Air Arm as an awkward child for which no legal birth certificate exists. The Royal Navy Air Service had been formed in 1914, but had been amalgamated with the Royal Flying Corps on the 1st of April 1918 to form the Royal Air Force. The Navy surrendered its expertise in aeronautical matters, and it was not until 1924 the naval flying was restored. But the opening of the first Naval Officers Flying Course at Neverhaven in Salisbury Plain. Even then, the course was run by the RAF, and from 1924 until the day of liberation in 1937, the Fleet Air Arm was, strictly speaking, only a specialised section of the Royal Air Force. It was still to be some time before Caspar could defeat the opposition of men like Captain Best and achieve his ambition. Released from the confines of Portsmouth, he now joined the Royal Naval College, Greenwich, for the last of the courses to qualify as a lieutenant. Here we were encouraged to attempt to become broad-minded citizens, a tall order in the view of our intensive naval upbringing. The course covered a wide sweep of subjects including English, French, non-naval history, and applied mathematics, physics, and chemistry. It was exams on crutches. In a game of rugger, he had broken an ankle, tackling the captain of the English rugby team, W.J. Davis. Here I lie in mute patience, he wrote to Granny Nailsmith. The surgeon's knife glints in the half-darkness of my nightmares, brightly polished. It flickers across my weary eyes, bringing from me eerie gasps of anticipatory terror. I see it cut, the blood pours out of me. It's an artery because the blood comes in jerks. And did I budge? Yes. I fetched him one under the left lug and well-nagged flaked him out. These are the ravings of a tortured soul. Thank you so much for the ginger nuts. Caspar? The English paper allowed 2 hours for an essay on a variety of subjects, ranging from the battleship of the future to London's public monuments, or from vulgar errors to the possibility of making emigration attractive. Caspar chose to write on chivalry and presumably knew his subject. At all events, he emerged from the Royal Naval College with a promotion to lieutenant, safely assured. I had hoped that either at Portsmouth or Greenwich I should have heard something about the air as a friend or foe, but not a word. Though I am now had a second chance to apply to be trained to apply as a pilot in the Fleet Air Arm, and thanks to a more broad-minded captain, I was accepted. As a first step, he was sent to gain some practical experience in an aircraft carrier, and in December 1924 he returned to Malta to join HMS Hermes. In the past, there have been ships from which aircraft could be launched, but those, like Furious and Argus, had been converted from other purposes. Hermes was the first ship built by the Royal Navy specifically to carry aircraft. It was the ship which Caspar would have most have wished to join. I hope to be up in London after Christmas, he wrote to Granny Nelsmith, before I finally depart for the Mediterranean, whither I am bound once more to take up my onerous and underpaid duties in the good ship Hermes, a carrier of airplanes, seaplanes, and the like, there to sojourn for about 1 year prior to my becoming an intrepid birdman. Though he was not actively involved with the flying side of the ship, he spent the next 8 months learning all about it. In August 1925, 2 weeks before his promotion to lieutenant, officially, he joined the 4th Naval Flying Course at No. 1 Flying Training School, Neverton. There were at any one time about 24 young naval sub-lieutenants and lieutenants learning to fly, the upper age limit for the starter of naval flying training being 28, today it's 26. The aircraft in which they trained were of the First World War vintage, the Sopwith Snipe, which had a Bentley rotary engine, and the Havilland 9A, a light bomber, and the Avro 504K, in which the whole engine went round, lubricated with castor oil, 50 hours solo on each, without an accident, qualified the young officers for their wings. When I looked back to 1925, when Hermes started her second commission, a fellow pilot wrote to Caspar many years later, I had the greatest admiration for all those embryo pilots and observers. When we started flying training in Mediterranean, the casualties were such that one often wondered at breakfast who amongst the gallant few would be missing a few hours later at dinner. The demanding nature of the work was recognised by a flying duties allowance of 6 shillings a day. The reward may hardly seem princely, but when one remembers that a naval lieutenant in 1925 earned only 17 shillings a day, the allowance in proportion seems almost generous. Basically, you got your pay increased by over a third. That's not bad. By 1925, pilots were flying machines which were unable to rise above 10,000 feet, and they were usually flying far lower. This meant that they were always in weather, not for them the ability to climb above turbulence as a later generation was able to do. All the aircraft of the late 1920s had open cockpits, and although wireless transmission was in use by then, only the most rudimentary instruments were available to them. The pilot was on his own. Survival depended on his judgment, a good deal of luck, and the feel he had for his machine. What were the flying machines, not aircraft like that? Caspar wrote in an article 25 years later, in which he reflects mischievously on the advantages and disadvantages of machines' limitations. To start with, all of them had 4 wings to each side, unquestionably a great advantage over modern practice from a pilot's point of view. Certain types of engine were from time to time boiled in water, plain water, and not coolant, and others kept just below melting point by a natural rather than a scientific application of air. There were no cowlings or fans. Another important feature was that the human content of the flying machine was exposed to the 4 winds of heaven, notwithstanding that in a flying machine airborne there is normally only 1 wind. This feature was highly prized after a wardroom guest night or some ship's company dances I have known. Full use was made of the valuable cooling properties of free air. There were no parachutes, so there was no future in bailing out, nor were there any dinghies. A good thing, because without them it was definitely held to be a bad thing to alight and drink. This helped to ensure that most pilots returned to the correct flatiron or aerodrome, although this coincidence was less frequent at night. The absence of wheel brakes was no bad thing, since it denied the pilots the means of standing his bird on its beak, and the flying machine in the 1920s was popular for its versatility. It was only a matter of a few hours to exchange wheels or floats or vice versa. This was an important asset for use in mystifying the higher officials, who can never be sure from hour to hour what specs of machine they're expected to deal with. Before radio transmission arrived, there was only da-da-da, so there was no need for air traffic control because the da-da-da, da-dee-da blokes in the back seats, known as the tags, or lookers, were not in the habit of telling the pilots anyway. The Caspar's 1926 flying course notebook is filled with simple diagrams and explanations of the internal workings of the machine. Such things as the radio telegraphy procedure, aerial photography, and meteorology. Here on the special phenomena are listed line squalls. described as lasting only a few minutes but are extremely violent, always travel from east to west. And the three main classes of thunderstorms, a reminder of what the pilots of the 1920s might be up against. Reconnaissance and fleet spotting were central to the Naval Flyers Course. In those days, the aircraft might sometimes be referred to simply as flying petrol tanks, but naval aircraft were indeed the eyes of the fleet. All the maintenance at Neverhead was carried out by RAF personnel, and messing had its own special rules. Sergeants messed together, and they had their own food. Corporals also messed together, but ate the same food as airmen. An airman's diet is carefully considered in Caspar's notebook. Bacon is a most important article of food, and an airman should have at least 12 ounces a week. Plenty of suet pudding in winter. The RAF ensured that their personnel afloat got the same rations at the RAF air stations ashore. At the end of the course, no less a man than the Marshal of the Royal Air Force, Lord Trenchard, presented us with our wings. That's remembered. Famous protagonist of air power and its alleged indivisibility, he had a severe distaste for the threat that we were, and that we naval pilots represented the RAF grip of the air. Having presented us with our wings, he addressed us as follows. I congratulate you on becoming air pilots. I congratulate you on your wings. But I'm damned if I understand the colour of your uniform. We took this good humanly and continued to absorb much of the RAF's way of life and make many friends in the fine service. To underline the union on our level, we were given dual rank. I became a lieutenant RN, flying officer RAF. Until 1937, when dual control of the fleet area was ended, all their pilots continued to be given the equivalent to RAF rank, which was tagged on in brackets after their names. From personal experience, to belong to two services at once is to mystify both. And in the doing of it, one can have the whale of a time. Caspar once taught an audit of RAF officers. For him, this period was to last for 11 years. From April to December 1926, Caspar was based at the RAF station in Fife, a most salubrious spot. The sea is a matter of some 3 miles away, and some of the finest Scotch scenery are about 40 or 50 miles inland, he wrote to Ethel. I play a great deal of the royal and ancient Scottish pastime of golf at St Andrew's courses. I have not yet fallen into the golf grove. It is a good book. That's good. What are the salary regulations? As long as they can't be seen in uniform and don't relate to any political ideological pursuit, pretty much. According to the flight model I have, the terrific bonnet storage is only 600 milliliters. Assuming a ground crew has got it completely full. Decent hazard bay if nothing else. Yep. No, Johnson, I'd be rejoicing if I got a £3.50, $3.50, $4.50 an hour raise. Yeah. This sounds like World War I theories of aircrew motivation, i.e., if we give them a shoot, they'll just jump out. Yeah. That's it. Light your afterburners to gain altitude. That's talking about the Blackburn SL-71 stuff. Ooh. But it's a good book, and it's well worth a read. That up. Right. Now, books when you are writing. Well, there's a slight difference in those. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. There is a slight... Ah, that's them. There is a slight difference between books you want to use before you're writing to sort of put together your document and books you want while writing. Consider this, is there a book that gets you motivated to write a book? Well, that's sort of the line we're going through. So, I like this book, but it is contentious and it has caused the writing of many other books. It's The Royal Navy and the Battle of Britain by Anthony J. Cummings. Now, if you want a book to spark off, if you're writing the opposite view, it tends to help to have a book which is a good translation of the opposite view you're going to be writing. So, Roberto, do you listen to anything while writing? Sometimes I have music playing. Sometimes I actually have Drac and his videos playing in the background. Never on a topic I'm actually writing on. No, I'm working. Sometimes, more often than not, it's music. I actually do have a writing music thing which I have listed on YouTube, which is a private one. The reason I have it private is because it's got a really random selection of music in it, and if anyone was looking for it, they go, "Why is this all together? It's very random. It's completely." And I go, "It's songs which I can write to, so it means I enjoy them." But it's got everything from Holst planets to well, various country western songs and a few others. So, what is this book about? Well, as it says, it's about the Royal Navy's involvement in the Battle of Britain and what the Royal Navy's getting up to. The 17 top scorers were responsible for 221 aircraft destroyed, out of 1,200 Luftwaffe aircraft destroyed or damaged. Less 15% were repairable between 10th July and 50th September, meaning that this minority destroyed around a quarter of the overall total. Leaving aside the method of half scoring, whereby any number of aircraft could attack an enemy bomber and each be credited with half, a mere 15% of pilots could claim a whole aircraft, of which, based on random sampling, only 12% scored 2 and 7% over 4 whole the German aircraft. The problems with this analysis are the unavoidably poor quality of evidence, the small sampling, and the absence of referencing. The case remains technically unproved. However, it is an indication that the average RAF pilot was somewhat less effective than generally assumed. At least one writer sympathetic to the RAF has conceded that most pilots never shot anything down, with less than 900 or some 2,330 pilots of fighter command claiming, though not necessarily achieving, victories between July and November. Unfortunately, the writers trying to address these issues have not revealed their sources. And they do not quite tally with each other either. Even so, a glance at the overall statistics for the air campaign indicates that, through no fault of his own, the average RAF fighter pilot was not very effective. Indeed, when one considers the difficulties described in this chapter, it'd be surprising if he were. Source statistics for aircraft destroyed disagree. And if estimated losses of bomber and coaster commands are added, the aircraft exchange rate is approximately 3-2 in favour of the RAF, instead of 2-1 rate more usually quoted. The casualty ratio favoured the RAF also plummets from nearly 5 to 1 to less than 2 to 1 if all commands are vectored into the calculation. Commonly viewed that British bomber force was not part of the battle as such, not to be disregarded if one accepts, as most British officers do, that the bombing of Berlin caused a crucial change in the focus from the airfields to London. Whichever view one takes, the rate of attrition was disappointing for a defending force operating with all the advantages of fighting over home territory. Bearing in mind that some of the East German aircraft had been destroyed by the AA ground offensive, including guns and balloons, and many British aircraft were bombed on the runways, the RAF pilots and aircrews probably did not destroy many more German aircraft than Luftwaffe destroyed the RAF. In many respects, Allen's version of the battle has not been taken into account by other historians, and remains starkly at odds with the populist accounts. Some historians have moved closer to Allen's version of events, though they balk at using him as a source. Sebastian Cox, head of the Ministry of Defence's MOD Air Historical Branch, RAF, has described fighter command as being on the ropes during this period, but neither Cox nor any other modern-day writer has gone as far as claiming that Fighter Command's 11 Group was a defeated force by September 1940. The most important of Allen's assertions is that the Luftwaffe did achieve the necessary degree of air superiority for Operation Sea Lion, and that the RAF was a far less efficient organisation than generally is supposed. Insofar as the air dimension was operationally relevant, it has been seen how ineffective fighter command was during September and beyond. As described in the previous chapter, it's well known prior to the 15th of September, Luftwaffe intelligence was telling Goering and Hitler that fighter command had been virtually destroyed. The crisis in fighter command during the critical period of 24th August to 6th September was extreme, but the re-emergence of strength of the RAF over London on 15th September is usually taken as evidence of recovery. As described previously, the result of the air flights on this day provided the excuse needed by the German military and political figures to postpone the invasion without anyone having to admit to a loss of nerve over the prospect of success. Superficially, it would seem that fighter command did exceptionally well, shooting down 56 in exchange for 27 aircraft, although newspapers inflated the former figure outrageously. But what impressed itself, particularly on the German airmen, was the number of RAF fighters aloft. It may have been the case that most actual fighting was being done by experienced veterans, while many more relatively untrained, inexperienced pilots, or even non-operational pilots, made a show of strength on the periphery of the combat. Some accounts have described Hurricanes and Spitfires nearly colliding with each other, some flying through friendly AA fire in eagerness to get at their prey, something which might alternatively be seen as evidence of poor pilot skills or of too many defending aircraft in one place. One view concedes the relative ineffectiveness of most pilots, but also stresses the simple presence of a Hurricane or a Spitfire, the demoralizing effect of the enemy, and the courage that was needed to simply maintain yourself in the air. By maintaining an impression of strength, however hard, does not compare with the actuality of being strong. Luftwaffe intelligence may have been awry in the overall number of RAF fighters remaining, but in terms of the only ones that really counted, that is, those flown by thoroughly trained, experienced pilots who knew how to shoot, they may not have been far off the mark in stating RAF could not muster more than around 100 fighters in any operation. Adolf Galland, commanding Jagdschwader 26, was disparaging about the effectiveness of the Luftwaffe intelligence at this point, but his own perception of the strength of the opposition was also flawed. In 1945, the senior narrator, Air Historical Branch, queried Galland's assertion that anything from 200 to 300 British fighters might be found. The narrator claimed instead that even with the squadrons then engaged from 12 Group, there were rarely more than 300 available fighters in the whole southeast. And it would be surprising if Galland ever saw all of them in the air at once. That's cool. It is. Vision. Poor Vision. Poor RN getting credit for just being there to sink the Germans as they attempted crossing. AC/DC? Yes, there's a few of them involved. And some Queen. Referee, no, Sean Brennan. Motivation for writing. Cunningham's law states that the best way to get the right answer on the internet is to not answer or ask a question. It's to post the wrong answer. The concept was named after Ward Cunningham. Interesting. Rapper, inconsistent inaccuracies aside, there is something to be said for a book that ticks people off and sparks discussion. There is. That's good. Another issue with the pilot tallies, kill tallies, is that if a plane is shot down at high altitude, it might be shot down again at lower altitude. Both pilots honestly claim the full kill. Just I'm more of the mind that if someone pays me to write, I will feel motivated enough to do it. Problem. Hardly any pays to write naval history. You can say that again. Hang on, no idea. If there is, he couldn't find any. Reminds you of the thick of it scenes. Drax videos on the Japanese series had a good section on overclaiming kills on both sides in the New Guinea and Guadalcanal campaigns. There's always a lot of it. There is always a lot of it. That's good. I think that a lot of RAF planes shot down probably landed in a farmer's field somewhere, either repaired in situ and flown back to base, or canned by for spares. Yes and no. There was certainly a goodly majority of that, and that certainly was an advantage for the British. But it doesn't always have the case. There we go. That one. Three, 13. Biggest book you've ever read? Not down here, but there is a big one. Someone said an SR-71 was turning out of bounds on and off to send Morse code messages on the North Vietnam. I was trying to share that it only has 16 tries to ignite, either the engine or the afterburner. At least 2 of those are used on the ground to start an engine, unlike the afterburner to take off follow. Well, my advice would be I highly doubt there's a limit to doing things. It does sound rather cool, and if they did do it, I'm fairly sure North Koreans would have claimed they'd shot down a SR-71, but I doubt it. And also, you have to remember the speed at which an SR-71 is traveling at. How long is it going to be over North Korea for? And the speed of travel is going to be over in North Korea. It's sort of going to blink, you miss North Korea. Let's see. They are practically in orbit at the speeds they're going. Let's go. E.g., a pilot shoots at a bomber, the engine bursts into flame, and the bomber heads downwards. At low altitude, the pilot recovers the dive and has put out the engine fire. The first pilot claims a kill on the plane, and going down, and at low altitude, another pilot shoots down the bomber and also claims a kill. Yeah. No, by a third, for an immediate post-takeoff, leaves enough for in-flight refueling, but I wouldn't think much for sending Morse code by flipping afterburner reheat on and off again. No, it would seem unusual, given those limitations. Why is it Caspar John and not Caspar John? It's Caspar John. Probably spelling. Yeah. Thanks, that's what happened. Considering Dutch Marine Day journals are freaking gigantic. They are, and there are some books in the National Archives which are ships logs, which is massive and thick. Yeah. So, why have I picked this book up? Because... okay, it's a contentious subject to begin with, and the author is basically picking out a contentious one, is a contentious approach. The legacy of war debts clouded the European and transatlantic financial picture, and Chamberlain viewed the Americans and the French as the chief culprits. In December 1931, within days of having become Chancellor, he was grappling with this problem. He thought that the French in particular were keeping the whole of Europe in a state of nervous anxiety and are thereby precipitating the advent of Hitler in their insistence on reparations which Germany could not pay. However, France's position, in turn, was coloured by the policy of the United States. Which, before Roosevelt succeeded Hoover, was also proving uncooperative. Chamberlain noted that any reparation settlement or adjustment must be accompanied by a corresponding settlement or adjustment of war debts. Hoover knows it, but daren't say so. Unless he says so, France daren't move, and so we're all locked in a suicidal embrace, which will probably drown the lot of us. Reflect on this. We remitted nearly 400 millions of France's debt to us. If the USA had agreed to fund our debt on the same terms as she gave to France, we should have so overpaid that, to put it right, we should pay nothing for another 9 years. Did ever a country exploit her misfortunes more successfully than France? At Lausanne in June and July 1932, Chamberlain worked hard to persuade the French on the need for a total settlement of both reparations and war debt. The conference succeeded in bringing Germany's reparation payments to an end. Central to Chamberlain's financial credo was the notion of confidence. Despite the drying up payments from the other former combatants, the idea that Britain should default on her debt repayments to the United States, other than as part of an international settlement, was therefore naturally anathema. In late 1932, Chamberlain resisted the temptation to default. In this, he was strongly supported by Baldwin, and as Chamberlain recognised, on those very rare occasions when he expressed an opinion of his own, he's generally right. Having originally negotiated terms of Britain's debt repayment back in 1923, Baldwin told the Cabinet on 28th November 1932 that debt repudiation might bring the world within sight of the end of capitalism. Our word was unique in the world. Unfortunately, the outstanding nominal debt of $4.7 million was now larger than the original advances of $4.3 million, of which half had already been paid. Britain paid only part of a scheduled repayment for 1933 and could only reasonably resume paying the full amount by demanding that London's war debtors paid up in turn. This had long been the problem. In view of the economic chaos on the continent and the political instability it was creating, Britain had allowed her debtors to default. To demand repayment now, if it were to achieve any response at all, might only provoke further unhelpful European upheavals. Indeed, Britain had some ground for feeling aggrieved by the manner in which she was singled out by the Americans. Whilst the rest of Europe owed a quarter more in debt to the United States than did Britain, Britain had already paid 3 times more than they had, and on less favourable repayment terms the Americans had made available to countries like France. The decision of US Congress to declare Britain's 1933 payment a default made matters easier for Chamberlain. with preparations cancelled and a concomitant lack of further debt repayments in sight from the rest of Europe, in 1934, Britain joined the bandwagon and ceased their payments to the United States. The decision helped the Treasury's more general battle against debt. The total debt service burden fell from over 8% of national income in 1932 to under 5% in 1935. Given that he was breaking a deal that had originally been struck by Baldwin, Chamberlain was fortunate to concede so little political capital to the opposition. One of the advantages for the government of Labour's drift to the left was that in adopting the rhetoric of opposing international capitalism per se, Labour lost any chance of being an effective critic of Chamberlain's on details of financial politics. The other side of the nation's finance was the fiscal measures upon which the national government had put much such store when coming to power. 70% of the 81.5 million increase in taxation in Snowden's 1931 budget had been paid for by a rise in income tax. Chamberlain's years at the Treasury coincided with a swift switch of emphasis from direct to indirect taxation. In part, a manifestation of a country moving from free trade to protectionism. Tariffs netted 40 million per annum. A ratio of 4.4 to 1 in 1918 between indirect and direct taxation became 3 to 1 in 1932 and neared parity the following year, an evolution naturally lamented by the Labour opposition. Chamberlain resisted the more active reflectionists, and making it clear that he was not prepared to cut income tax at the risk of unsettling the national finances. As far as he was concerned, the experience of other nations which had followed the path of unbalanced budgets gave no hope that such a policy led anywhere other than to economic uncertainty, and thereby to the higher interest rates from which Britain had largely escaped. Onlookers were unimpressed by his performance at the dispatch box when he delivered his budget statement for 1933. One of Labour's chief finance spokesmen, even perhaps rather self-consciously, decided it was an occasion to catch up on some sleep in the chamber. No doubt, given the paucity of colleagues on the opposite benches, he had considered a little room to stretch out. Other politicians were less soporific. Frustrated by the failure to find a more imperially minded solution, Amory thought that Chamberlain's 1933 budget was a cheerless performance and very distinctly distressed the House. Nor did the customary vindications of financial soundness, though acquiesced in by the House, evoke any applause at all, nor did he even go out of his way to indulge in any little excuses which might have suggested that he had a policy on the general problem. In fact, Chamberlain's excursus were restricted to influencing the policies of the spending department. He did not regard the Treasury as the proper place for incentiveness, if by that term was meant travelling the road of unsound finance. Brought up by his father in the traditions of protectionism and municipal utility socialism, he was no zealot for the free market. His attempt to ensure that sterling was a managed currency, his introduction of tariffs and in particular agricultural protectionism, his support for transforming the iron and steel industries into a cartel, and his use of treasury funds to ensure that London transport was a publicly funded monopoly, were testament to the fact. Nevertheless, he believed the surest way a chancellor could help create the career and conditions for business confidence was to keep the budget balanced. In this respect, the sign of Tory imperialism had much in common with the nostrum of Gladstonian liberalism. For the likes of Amory, this was insufficient. In his diary, he recorded that he listened to Winston delivering a slashing onslaught on Neville and Macdonald. Neville, I fear, has put his foot into it badly by talking about abnormal unemployment lasting for 10 years. It is a pity to be too honest in the expression of your opinions, especially if they really are wrong as well as unpopular. This defeatism of the government is really getting beyond bearing. They have no plan beyond balancing the budget. It is a good book, but it is also a contentious book, and it is on a contentious issue because it's looking at people who are going to be fighting with each other non-stop, regularly. Again, would you want to dump fuel? You don't have to. F1 did a dump and burn. Yes, but there's a difference between doing it in F1 than in SR-71, dump and burn. Well, if there's an actual issue, 2 trisonic booms, yeah, they can probably sort of do that. But you know, that's a different thing. If you're signaling prisoners, yeah, you might get permission to do that, and you might be doing it. And there's other ways you can be supported. What was I going to do? What was the next book? I did have another contentious book picked out, but I've now forgotten where it was. Where did I put it? Ah, there it is. Okay. There are some books which are contentious just merely because of their topic. There are some which are contentious because of their author. There are some which are contentious because of a combination of the two. Take care, not a wolf. So, the next book, and as I said, you can use contentious books to drive you. To drive your writing, and to drive what you're putting forward. And that's why you get that, why you use them usually. 28. It's going to be an Irving book. I wouldn't be so cruel as to get you an Irving book. But it does have this picture in it. It's Gallipoli by L.A.Carlyon. If in doubt, nothing is more contentious than Gallipoli. Literally, nothing. Paul Johnson, was the Chamberlain Churchill battle similar to the Thatcher Heath battle in the 70s? Yep. And just as important. And just as bitter. Let's see, where shall I start this room? Whenever one reflects on the Gallipoli campaign, there is a temptation to judge the men and the events of 1915 by the values and knowledge of today. To do so is not only unfair, it is also an obstacle to understanding. Events only seem reasonable when judged by the thinking of their time. Had Pillet known that he was starting, what he was starting, he would surely have given Jesus a suspended sentence. That acknowledged, one has to say that the plans for the August offensive, by the standards of any war in any era, were too complex. The possibility exists that only Hamilton, Aspinall, and a few others at GHQ understood the scheme in its entirety. Too many events were contingent on one another. It was like an exotic bet on a series of horse races. If the first leg got up, the second leg was alive. If the third leg didn't get up, the whole bet was lost. There was to be 3 new fronts, 2 on the left of the Anzac and 1 at Silva, and plus diversions at Anzac and Hells. 100,000 Allied troops would be in action on 5 fronts. Control of the battle would be dispersed among a string of commanders who quite likely wouldn't know what was happening on the other fronts. There may not have mattered if the commander-in-chief could be counted on to take overall charge, but as we know, this was not Hamilton's way. The scheme was so fussy and overcooked that misunderstandings persist about what it was supposed to do to this day. The capture of Ceasar Heights from the Anzac, directed by General Goodley, was the main event. The landing at Silva under Stopford was the sideshow, if a big one. What Goodley did was more important than what Stopford did. Birdwood's original plan of May the 30th was mainly the work of his staff officer, Lieutenant Colonel Andrew Skene. It assumed that the offensive would be in July. Chinook Bear would be captured in a night attack from the left of the Anzac. The troops would next day attack back down the ridge, taking Battleship Hill and Baby 700. The Anzacs would take the rest of the third ridge over the next few days. Then, reinforced by 4 brigades, they would surge across the peninsula from Gapa to Medios, as they had intended to on April the 26th. There was no mention of a landing at Silva. Then Kitchener suddenly gave Hamilton the 3 new army divisions that had become Stopford's 9th Corps. Hamilton and Birdwood began to think more expansively. They had more troops. Well, hey! Anzac was already overcrowded. 3 reinforcing divisions could not be hidden there for an offensive. Birdwood suggested that one of the new divisions should be landed either Fisherman's Hut or Silva, 5 miles north of Anzac. Silva appealed to Hamilton. Unlike Gabatep, it was only lightly defended. From here, the Turks could be attacked from outside Anzac as well as inside. There were several suitable landing beaches, and the terrain was kinder than that of Anzac. A big plain with hills on 3 sides. The Tepe Ridge, rising to 750 feet, dominated the north, and the Tepe Ridge, rising 900 feet, the east. The Anafata Spur, about 350 high, formed the southern rampart. This spur ended in the W Hills, so called because the vegetation was and still is in the shape of a W, and Scimitar Hill. Further west lay Chocolate Hill and Green Hill. The Sari Bear Range and all its madness petered out before Silva. The last feature that could be said to belong to Sari Barry was Hill 60, a little swell of a hillock that mattered only because it dominated the ground around Silva Bay. Silva would give Hamilton a new base, free from shelling. He could drive southeast from there into the Sari Bear Range in the Turkish flank. This was the crucial point. Owning the Silva beachfront was no prize. The troops of Silva only mattered when they moved and threatened something. Hamilton decided to land the 10th and 11th divisions there. These volunteers had never been to war, but compared to the Hells or Anzac, Silva would be an easy landing. The men wouldn't have to land in lifeboats either. The armoured-plated beetles, so called because their black and projecting arms of their ramps looked like the antennae, were now available. Some had been built before the April landings, and Dudley would have saved lives then, but Fisher had refused to let them go. Johnny Hamilton was still an orphan, as he had been from the day Kitchener hurried him out of London. Reports of his haggard looks every now and then troubled the consciences of the men who ran the Empire, and they tossed him a few rounds of artillery ammunition, a couple of divisions of reinforcement, a fleet of beetles. But they weren't going to claim paternity, unless he gave them a whopping victory, in which case he would receive a measure of recognition, but only after Kitchener and Churchill had walked off with the main prizes. Hamilton in mid-July asked, deferentially as ever, for 2 batches of howitzers. Kitchener said no. Birdwood's original plan now became more complex again. There would be 2 assaulting columns on the left of Anzac, one headed for Chinook Bear and another taking a wider loop through the bandit country to Hill 971. The second column would advance on the dark through country that had not been scouted, but the plan was contemptuous of the terrain. These troops, it said, would be on the summit of 971 by dawn. Actually, there'll be 4 columns out on the left because each main force would have a covering force in advance of it. The column going for 971 would also split as it approached the heights, and with some of the troops going for Hill Q, the scheme was becoming very, very tangled. Welcome to Gallipoli. Right. Oh, and hang on. Oh, I've just been reminded. And I haven't apparently mentioned that there is, please, if you do like these videos, please do like. Maybe consider subscribing or pressing the little bell down there if you want to be updated when one of these videos is starting. And please consider joining us on Discord or Patreon if you want to fund my book habit. Always gratefully received. Hi, Dan Freeman. Hi, it's all. Sorry I'm late. I was being paid to be elsewhere. Well, that's just terrible. Accepting money to be elsewhere rather than watching me? That's terrible, Dan. All right. Glad you're okay. Vision. Lord Halifax attacking Churchill on Gallipoli, and his explosive response was a great scene from Darkest Hour. Made up one, but yeah. Right. And if you can hear them, there are fluffy research assistants currently making a lovely chorus behind me as they've been let out in the garden and they've heard of someone going up the path. This is a good book. It's a useful book to read. It does go into great detail about Gallipoli. And the thing is, Gallipoli is always going to be contentious. It always is going to be contentious because Gallipoli is in many ways the great what if. Okay? And it's always going to be a contentious question. It's going to start off. So many lessons were learned there. So much content was developed there. Things which have had a long-lasting impact on modern operations come from Gallipoli. But there is also the very sincere, very true factor that Gallipoli itself it was not an operation to be around for. You needed so many different people out there. You know, as I've been talking about recently, there's Bacon. There you go. There's a good example. An officer who understands amphibious warfare. Hood, another officer who understands amphibious warfare. There are lots of officers around the Royal Navy who are senior rank who understand amphibious warfare. Do they send one of those out there? No. Then they send poor Hamilton. Hamilton is many things, but he should be a corps commander in the Western Front. That's about his level. With a nice big staff, a nice easy enemy, sensible corps on the other side, another corps on that side, that's his level. If you're going to send a Hail Mary punch, which is what Gallipoli was, you need the sort of leader who's going to lead a Hail Mary punch. In which case, you don't pick a nice guy. Okay? Pick someone who's respectful and polite. Don't pick someone who's going to be swearing constantly at the troops or something like that. Don't just go for a ARSEHOLE for the sake of it. But you have to pick someone who is an aggressive hard charger. Basically, you're looking for someone who's far closer to Sherman or Patton or Wellington or Thompson than McClellan. You just are. Dan Freeman. And yes, and if anyone's interested in Dan's YouTube channel, if you look down at the Friends of channel on the front of my page, I think it's on the right of my page when you're looking at it, on my YouTube channel, you will find him on the list. Along with World War II TV, Drac, Armoured Carriers, and a librarian friend of mine who runs a library site who says if she gets enough followers, she'll actually start doing book reviews again. Anna Flynn, would we have given Constantinople to Russia or Greece, or never saw what the end of the game was? Well, I doubt we'd have given it to the Russians, but probably to Greece. What we needed to do was rearm Russia, basically. Keep Russia in the war. Honestly, Churchill's scheme could have worked as a naval one if they'd been prepared to risk slightly more dreadnoughts. Pre-dreadnoughts. If they'd just gone, right then, we're going to load up a whole load of pre-dreadnoughts and, I don't know, close all the watertight doors, fill up the outer parts with concrete, put them down to minimal crews, and just drive them through the minefields. Probably you'd have made it. If you're prepared to lose some pre-dreadnoughts. Vision. Gallipoli damaged the UK's relationship with Australia. You even see that during the Yangtze in 1949. HMS Amethyst replaced a Rand ship that was recalled by the Australian government. To be honest, by 1949, there's a whole different level of issues going on. Amethyst, and you have to remember, yes, Amethyst is replacing a Rand ship that's been recalled by the Australian government, but the reason it's been recalled by the Australian government is because of issues with other Rand ships elsewhere. So it's a case of there is issues going on. There is a whole wider thing going on. Gallipoli is often used as a retroactive justification for things, especially when someone's looking for a gripe. Dan Freeman, Dieppe going well would involve not involving Mountbatten, but fundamentally they knew that what they needed for an amphibious ops after the failure of Gallipoli and for successful commander raids. Yeah, pretty much. I heard what close up watertight doors. What's being talked about? Well, the idea is that actually when they were trying to force the Straits on the first time with just ships, if you have enough pre-dreadnought battleships and you're prepared to lose them, you might well lose it. But if they are designed with protections anyway. If you can fit some quick and nasty anti-torpedo bulges to them, fill up areas which don't need it with concrete, so they are nicely strengthened, or seal them up so they are air pockets. You can pick which one is better, the system. Probably a mixture of the two. And then minimally crew them and just charge through the battlefield, so they to the minefield. So they take a few hits before they might get sunk or ground or whatever. But either way, they're blasted. They're going along. If you're prepared to lose a few pre-dreadnoughts, you could probably force the Straits. And if you force the Straits and there's enough British ships through the other side of the Straits sitting across Constantinople, yeah, the Straits are probably yours. Dan Freeman, don't get me started on Norway. As I was talking about on World War II TV the other day, there is a whole load of Gurkhas who could have been called as well. We'll get this on one side. If you could have sent Gurkhas, Canadians, all sorts of people who are used to fighting in cold into Norway, would have been quite interesting for the German stuff to deal with them. Hello! And you can imagine the Germans' approach going, hello, and you are... Oh! Yeah! Nepalese Gurkha! We're in mountains with the Gurkhas. Okay, we don't want to be here anymore. We want to be elsewhere. Manly, nice plan. I wonder who proposed something similar at the time. A guy called Bacon did. And he was told, no, it's not necessary. By an idiot. Bacon wasn't subsequently committed to hospital. He was given command of the Dover Patrol. Jack Hunter, I think Richard Dunley's book goes into the Gallipoli plan somewhat, read Gallipoli Minefields. Yes, it does, and it's excellent. And I did my PhD alongside Richard. Richard was also doing his PhD at the same time with Andrew Lambert, and it's excellent. It's absolutely excellent. Richard is very, very good at that stuff. And obsessed with mines. They're very, very good at them. Oh. Right, so it's got about 12 minutes to go, so I'm going to make it Q&A until the end because that'll be about 4 hours, and my voice is starting to feel like it. So. So we're going to run this till about till it's been about 4 hours. So it's about another 12 or so minutes. Dan, mines might not be sexy, but they're bloody effective. Excuse the French there? Yes, they are. Ambition. Did they pull out of Norway benefit the UK and French in any way? Was staying an option that could have been cut off? I don't know, without taking too many troops and playing from outside. Pretty much they pull out of Norway because there's the Battle of France is going badly. And the idea is you pull out of Norway, you focus your troops into France, and then you win in France. We'll leave that to one side. Jack Hunt, had a pleasure talking to you recently. Recommended a brilliant book on Australian minesweepers, which is going to be super useful. Yep. It's good. Best naval memoir ever written. Well, one of my favourites has to be Action This Day by Vian, but Michael Clapp's San Carlos book is got to be it can't be that far off them either. But honestly. Naval Wings by John Wellham is probably my favourite. overall in total. But, you know, those two are good. Vision, why was HMS Australia instead of Scuttle instead of scrapped? Would you like to try and scrap HMAS Australia? Basically, it was designed to be a nice, grand thing to do, and they had a big party for it. Rather than her being scrapped and torn apart, she was scuttled with her dignity. And the British Special Service Squadron, everything was in attendance. It looked good. It was decided to be nicer. Brent Polis, what is your opinion of the 30-knot North Carolina proposal? It's a nice idea to have a 30-knot battleship. It would be nice. Were my hints to your gift helpful? Yes. Yes, the guests were Rosa, and yeah, my mum does like the big one. The big one, as I said, is going to be cleaned up, and then it'll be. The lenses are still intact. They are lovely. It's going to be. I've got a friend who specialises in looking after materials like that. He has a proper bath to put it in and all sorts of things to look after it and protect it. And once it's protected and it's all been done, then it'll be. I'll show it to everyone. It's going to be done up and possibly electrified. Focus on France and win France is a great plan. It's a shame the French army didn't consider it. Sharmac, they try. Andy, Princess of Wales Royal Regiment by any chance? Hi, Dr. Clark. Fantastic. I really enjoyed your lectures. Welcome to your Tiger class lecture, as it's one of my father's old ships. Oh, cool. I'm not sure if PWRR does stand for Princess of Wales Royal Regiment. It's just I did a lot of work with them over the years, so when I see PWRR, I automatically think of Princess of Wales Royal Regiment. So hello, Andy. Danring, did someone mention the Australian Fishery Protection Service cutter, formerly known as HMS Australia? Trying to chop a ship that is capsized? Yeah. Bud Guy 8829. If the Washington and London treaties didn't happen, would that have prevented or limited the conflict of World War II, since it weakened the Allied navies and air industry? Well, that is always an interesting question. Okay, there's the first idea is that if the treaties had been in place, the British and Americans were going to end up in a war. I doubt that. I sincerely doubt that one. What I do think is possibly you get Japan fall out of the race earlier on. They either bankrupt themselves or they give up. And I think that's the thing. I think the treaties allowed Japan to stay in the race a lot longer than they otherwise would have, which would change that perspective of the war. I don't see Germany getting to build much either, but it might change their policies, because if Britain's got enough ships already around the world and enough new ships and able to build them as it wants, there's a bit of a problem of, while we're building our few small surface raiders and battleships, what can our force really do? So I don't think it stops World War II, in that I think you still get Hitler, and I think you still probably get some of those operations. I think it might stop World War II in the Far East without the treaties, because Japan would be third. It probably would be comfortably be third still. But it would be a long way behind America and Britain. But it would mean Britain would pay down the debt less, and I wouldn't be surprised if at a certain point Britain gets into the whole debt fight with the Americans a lot earlier on. Can you read some from Says Odyssey about the Battle of Andavari? Not today, but I might do a very special for random books where I do it. How's that sound? I'm currently recording a few of them now. I'm currently recording April and May this year's now. Friends, who are your favourite academic naval history writers, i.e. writers who have an academic appointment except Latin, but... Harry Bennett, Matthew Seligman. They're both my examiners when I'm a PhD, but they are both absolutely excellent. Nicholas Rogers. Yeah, his work's usually massive, but good. Marcus Faulkner, who is a good friend, but his stuff is amazing. Alessio Patlanos is very good if you're looking at the various things on Japan. Richard Dunley, of course, who I mentioned earlier, who's good on mines. He's got an appointment in Australia. If it's limited to the ones who've got academic appointments, that's pretty much reading down the list. Armstrong, B.J. Armstrong. His book, How Mahan in the Pacific War, is always worth a read. I think the French plan to 1940 was actually to fight the Germans in Belgium rather than on French soil. We can always hope. And if you're right, I am indeed. Good. So I wasn't wrong with BWRR. It had always been the plan. The Maginot Line would hold the border, and the Germans were expected to try World War I plan again, and the French plan to rush the Meuse River and hold it. Here's what I don't understand with the French. If I'm going to build the Maginot Line, why not take it all the way from Switzerland to the fricking sea the whole way? Why leave a gap? Either the Dardanelles Forest or anything. Just don't leave a gap. It's a simple thing. If I'm building a wall round a castle, I do not go, you know what? I'm not going to build this section of wall. I don't think they will come here. Edinburgh Castle. It's built on the top of a freaking extinct volcano. The walls go the whole way round. St. Michael's Mount, built on a castle on a hill in the middle of a bay in Cornwall. The walls go the whole way round. Why, in the name of all things holy, when you are building a defensive line around your country, do you decide to, I'm going to skip and save money by not building it properly? I just do not understand people. Adam Clinton. Apart from Pearl Harbor, the USA never lost a battleship to aircraft. Lucky or were lessons learned? Lessons were learned. Vision. Would a third Queen Elizabeth class, one for Australia, be worthwhile? Another HMS Melbourne? If they wanted it, yes. If not, not. It's basically a case of, if you're going to build a third Queen Elizabeth class, doesn't matter who's building it, you're going to have to rebuild the material, the sites to build it, to a lesser or greater extent. Did I hear you mention pressurized water reactors? Not me. It has found a good home, and I have lots of friends in various railways who can help with that. I think the problem was the Ardennes was seen as a less sensible route of advancing panzers, and they thought their forces could hold its narrow points. Failure partly of air forces to do so. It's still stupid. Caporetto, I do have. I'm not part of the class chat room. Please rectify that. There's a link down below. Just tap on it. It's free entry to all. Also, never rely on trees blocking your enemy. When there's something which has literally been felled for thousands of years by humans in order to, for various reasons, don't rely on it to block your enemy's advance. They'll just knock them, they'll just take them down. Reno completed the Belgian line. Politics. It was unfriendly to Belgians to build a wall along the border. Plus, too many gaps would be needed for train lines, canals, roads. Honestly, the gap for a canal or a road or a train line is not as problematic as it might necessarily seem. In fact, you can do that. It's just in that also those gaps. Then you just adapt it and you make them strong points. Okay, Adrian, if you're building walls on the Belgian border, it might be harder to convince them you're going to come help. Well, in that case, why not get Belgium to build their bit of the Maginot Line? So basically say, right then, we'll build up to here, and we will not build this bit as long as you build a wall over here. There you go. And you save the cost. Belgians have to build that chunk. Yes, the change to let the French win in 1940 would be to make their commander communications transport links less slow and rubbish. That would be a massive. That's even far more difficult than building a longer wall. Honestly, that would take decades. That would be institutional reform. That's like, you know, that's just asking the impossible. Okay, thanks this evening. Have a nice evening. Take care. Have a nice evening. That's good. Building forts along the Belgian border says two things to the Belgians. One, we're considering war against you. Two, we'll abandon you in case of war. Sure, that's the plan. Then the Belgians didn't hold on the plan. Then bargain. In which case, then you build a secondary line of fortifications. You build something you can hold. Or you call them the Belgians, oh, these are the prepared positions we can move forces to without coming into your territory. They're protected positions for our troops to sit in. That's good. It wasn't just the trees, it was the hills, the rivers, and the Ardennes were thought to be enough to slow down any army, enough to be able to respond. 73rd Division was hoped to be. Yeah, it's supposed to be. Maginot Line was a series of forts and pillboxes, not the Great Wall of France. Porous for roads and canals, artillery and machine guns replaced stone walls. Yeah. That's true. Let's put it this way. Belgium cannot have its cake and eat it. Scott did respond, and the front line of infantry held until overrun. Their commanders, on the other hand, ran at the first sign of combat and took the heavy artillery with them. That's helpful. Tonight. I will never understand the fall of France. Basically, the fall of Norway you can put down to the fact of the alert signal going out to the reserves so late. Literally, you can put it down to that and going, we're going to send telegram rather than radio. because we don't want to cause a panic. Which you can see the arguments for and against, because causing a panic, and if the Germans had turned up the next day, that would have been fine. But the trouble is, in the light of history afterwards, we know it's an absolute stupid idea. And also, here's the thing. If you've been going to send out a telegram, I don't know, when war started, that would have been an option. The moment you've seen Denmark invaded and overrun, that would suggest now's the time to call up the reserves rapidly. So send it out by freaking radio. There is time to panic. With France, ay caramba. You see, this is the thing. It's kind of like several operations. Like when we're talking about World War II, we're talking about the Italians. The units fight well. The troops fight well. The leadership, the stuff behind them, you're going, what are you on? Where is the joined up thinking been going? You've had a staff college practically refighting this Battle of France since, I don't know, the First Franco-Prussian War? Why have you not drilled this stuff? Practiced it better. There again, you also have the Japanese who fail to follow up at Pearl Harbor. You have the British who do not follow up at Taranto when they could have done, and they could have found some more targets and some severe damage next night, but there would have been a likelihood of risking lives, in which case, so they decide not to. But, you know, how would you folks rate the level at which postmodernism has infected naval history? Yeah, the thing is, the joy about naval history is most postmodernism actually ignores us. And when I say most postmodernism, I'm talking about the people who I don't actually consider historians. There are many postmodernist historians who are postmodernist historians, who are real postmodernist historians, who are basically going back and re-evaluating stuff in light of the new evidence and new information we have today. And that is good history. That is worth reading. There are a couple who are more interested in going back in history to prove whatever theory they have. And you can see them cherry-picking evidence and, I wouldn't say rewriting things, but focusing, tuning the focus as they're putting it in. And you have to be careful. But you have to be careful with all history. Bad guy 8829. How do you think Operation Downfall would have went if the Allies needed to do it? Problematically. There would have been a lot of infighting over who got who. Dub Squad, if the 73rd had held with artillery, Rommel would have likely been held up long enough for the forces in Belgium to circle back and block him. Instead, what happened. Yeah. Here's the thing, though. Why do you only have one division for it? Should at least had another division for them to be able to call in. So instead of running, someone could have called in more troops. Then run. They could have done what Poland did, call in the reserves for quote-unquote training. Yeah, not mobilizing. Honest. Just training. Nothing to see here. That would have been fine. We are, due to the invasion of Denmark, we are calling all reserves for immediate training and preparedness training, just in case the war should spread. Paul Johnson, could the R-class have been replaced under naval treaties before World War II? Would Britain have had the resources, money to do it? Yes, and yes. If the treaties had enabled it, Britain would have had the money and resources to do it. They really would have. They'd have probably begun in the beginning, in middle 1930s. Postmodernism explains why modern ships are so ugly. No, that's radar-absorbent ideas. Just waiting until they turn into the big wing idea. Yeah. The B2-shaped ship is coming. Shamak, I'm sure the French, I'm sure that the French were going to build the forts, and then a different government got formed, and then everyone forgot about that because that was 8 elections ago. Yeah, that happens a lot. I think you just touched on a whole other long patrol series, the controversy of history and how people's truth are washing out the truth. Well, what is the truth? It's going to be a debate on Beltrons at some point. What is the truth of history? Shamak, because the French committed to linking up the Dutch with their reserves, but this variant of the plan was so secret, they didn't tell the Dutch. Ah. May I ask if there'll be a village pumps on logistics, Carmen? There will be. What is the book buried between your plane with the planes on it to your left behind you? There isn't a book with the planes on it. There is some MDF boards which has been for some of the concreting we're going to do outside. There are no books buried by planes. There are some stuff which I need to... Ah, that's my saw blades. That goes into the bin bag. Right, I think I'm going to start packing up now. So it's now almost 4:15. So I would 4:15. So I will just finish off questions and answer questions, but I'm going to go after 4 hours and 20. Given the positions available in the Ardennes, a division of first-rate troops would have been fine. Unfortunately, 73rd was second cohort reserve unit, hence the 2nd Division. Did the Budguy 8829, did the Germans, the Allies have anything on the drawing board like the German Fritz bomb? Yes. Have you seen how much random stuff the British and Americans were developing? I mean, literally, the British had a version of the bouncing bomb, which was supposed to be fitted to the carrier airborne aircraft, which was going to go after anti-ships. How good is the book Ark Roll? I've answered that before, and it's fairly good. Could you review it real fast? I think I reviewed it real fast 2 episodes in the selected books one. Yes. So a couple of build trumps ago. Books off the shelf. I think it was actually last week's build trumps. Take care, Dan Freeman. Take care, everyone. Right. My plan tonight is to finish reviewing chapters and then go to bed. So I'm probably going to be up till about 2 a.m. in the morning. Well, it happens. Right. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Jess P. Thank you, Budguy8829. Thank you, Bijan. Thank you, Carl Harmon. Thank you, Dan Freeman. Thank you, Constantine. Thank you, Steph Thompson, for all the lovely stuff. Thank you, Paul from Chicago, for the lovely stuff. Greg Sowski, thank you. Sean Mack, thank you for being here. DGB40, thank you. Dev Squad, anti-ship bouncing bun, otherwise known as sodding big depth charge. Yeah, 2 cents. Carl Gasman, thank you for being here. John Shea, thank you. Okay, so the bouncing bomb, I know that made into service was £5,000. What was this reverse carrier-borne version? About £2,000. It's interesting. Cajun, could you persuade the nice people at World Warships to do Falklands and Cornell at the appropriate point? I am trying it. Safford, thank you for another great chat. Have learned a bit from you in the chat and very happy your gift made us safe. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Cumming, if I get to work this year, how's 10B chocolate sound? Lovely, but you don't have to worry. So very kind to have you here. Very saucy. Thank you. Andy PW from Principal Royals from cheers. Take care. Thank you, Andy, for being here. Yickers, thank you. I don't think I've seen you before this evening, so thank you for being here. Cajun, have a good evening all. Have a good evening, everyone. Take care. Thank you as ever. Baba. Anuk, sleep well, Doctor. Thank you, Anuk. I won't let anything terrify me, Kahedron, don't worry. More what I worry about in the evening is going out and finding foxes mating in the garden in front of me. That's sort of a bit more of an interactive experience than I really want to see from the foxes. Thank you, Melanie. That's pretty funny. Ah. Good night, Bob Foster. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Cosmostratus. Thank you, Melanie 6040. Thank you, everyone. Take care and have a nice evening. Take care. Thank you, Trent. Thank you, Trent. Thank you. Take care. Didn't realize you were still watching in. Thank you. And Scott, thank you. And everyone, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.